sorry. Oh my god! We're moving away the things that might actually. All right, you guys, keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
Hello and welcome to this beautiful island of Sardinia. I am your host, Women's Grandmaster Dina Belenka, and alongside me, the amazing Grandmaster Jon Lodvig Hammer. And today we are looking at Botez Sisters round 9. Sorry, 8. Joke. Round 8 of this event. Today is the day. Today is the day Alexandra is gonna perhaps claim her victory. She has a chance. Hammer, hi and welcome. And what are the chances of Alexandra to make it right?
Well, in order for her to win the tournament right now, she's both dependent on winning this game herself and that some other games go in her favor. But if she wins today, she's guaranteed to be at minimum on the same number of points as the winner. And likely she's the winner no matter what if she wins today, because she has been leading the whole tournament and her tiebreak score as such should be quite good. That being said, it's better to get more points than your opponents than relying on the tiebreak score. So that's what we're looking for today. A good game and a good game tomorrow morning as well. And then, just anything other than a loss, I think is great. Just keep the momentum going and don't get a setback that may destroy some confidence. Okay, Alexandra's at the board. Her clock has been ticking a little bit while she gets her espresso, or cappuccino, or I don't drink coffee either, so I don't really know this stuff.
I think it's cappuccino. She usually drinks regular cappuccino.
Okay.
And,
but espresso is
wow,
like what Italians do, right?
It depends. Espresso is like one single shot of energy if you need. But yeah, it depends on your taste. Cappuccino is bigger and has a milk and a mousse.
Okay. Alexandra's opponent, we didn't find any games on him, but we found some. We found his chess.com account.
Ooh,
and we weren't really sure in which direction he would go. But he's gone with a Queen's Gambit declined, which is definitely something Alexandra has looked at this morning. Alexandra's opponent, he's not very highly rated, but he has had a tremendous tournament, beating, I think, 3 or 4 1900 rated opponents. So he's very, very good, and not someone to be taken lightly.
Interesting. And we have Queen's Gambit declined, which is the famous TV series, as you guys know. Although I'm partially lying here, the famous TV show was Queen's Gambit accepted. So, it's been a long time I haven't seen Alexandra playing the classical opening, but it's also because your opponent wouldn't do so. So that's interesting. I'm excited for today. And for Andrea, no, I don't want to see another.
These G3, both players doing their fianchetto. Andrea has faced this system now repeatedly with the black pieces, and her results are quite miserable. But on the other hand, she has gained a lot of experience in these systems. So I'm hopeful that she'll be able to use that experience to her benefit now in this game.
Nice. Very nice. Okay.
And Alexandra does not do the move order we talked about before the game.
It wasn't bishop to f4?
No.
What was it?
We talked about knight to f3. But
where did you want to put your bishop?
Probably doesn't matter. You want to put your bishop on f4, but we were discussing whether it's better to play knight f3 first and then put the bishop on f4.
So fill me in, what would be the flexible difference here?
Well, now after, so the idea was that after knight f3, her opponent would go c6 and then you go bishop f4. Whereas now after bishop f4, he offers a trade, the trade happens. And here in these positions, black can play without c6 and maybe try to do something more useful with that move.
Like in the future c5?
Maybe playing c5 in one move, yes. Although I'm not too concerned about that because it would give black some pawn structure issues. It's just a very minor difference. It's just I keep telling Alexandra that it doesn't matter how much you look at move 15 if you can't get the first 5 moves right. And here the error is very insignificant, but she has made move order mistakes very, very early on in the past as well. And so it's just about trying to eliminate it now while it's not scary, to make sure that it doesn't happen when the order in which you execute your plan, when that has a major effect on the position, you don't want to mess up there. So it's just a tendency in Alexandra's prep that we're trying to eliminate.
And that makes total sense. Did I tell you already, which I did, how much I am not liking Andreas King's Indian? But you said with the bishop on pawn on g3 and bishop on g2, these are not scary, right?
Oh no, they're super scary. Well, I mean, I said that Andrea has been facing this a lot during this European tour, and she's had pretty miserable results against it. So it's definitely not something that that she's gonna enjoy playing against. But looking on the bright side, I was saying that Andrea may benefit from having played against this so many times now.
That she would develop sort of understanding.
Yeah.
You'd think. All right, chat, let's see who's gonna understand what. Who's gonna understand what?
Oh, here's hoping.
Well, Yeah, I'm always skeptical. But okay. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the round 8. It is one before last round, and Alexandra is still unbeaten, is still the sole leader. So we are super excited to see what's going to happen in today's game. Because a win in today's game might approach us really close to the championship title. But we'll see. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it, Dina. The road is still long, and Alexandra needs to be careful. Her opponent has beaten lots of 1900s, as Hammer have reported. And okay.
Okay, we have a prediction going. Will Alexandra castle in the first 10 moves? It pretty much never happens ordinarily, but
I would love
today
to see that.
could be the exception. And according to her prep, obviously, I think she should castle by move 10, but it's just that she often has her own ideas that tend to delay castling over and over and over. So you never really know what's going to happen. I think 10 moves is a pretty good cutoff mark. I do want the moderators to specify. So in the first 10 moves, that means if she castles on move 10, she has castled in the first 10 moves. Yeah, no, that was well phrased. Well phrased by the mods.
Yeah.
Okay, Alexandra's opponent, he plays bishop to d6, which is the concern about putting this bishop out to f4 so early. And this move is the reason we decided to move the knight out first. And somewhere along these times, she's realizing that, oh, I was supposed to move my knight first, wasn't I? And to the answer to that is yes, you were. But it's okay. It's just like a very minor inaccuracy.
Yeah.
Shouldn't make that much of a difference.
Compared to many others that would be possible.
But sometimes when you realize you kind of messed up, you let that affect you as well.
Yeah, that's true. It's important because you lose kind of confidence in your own self. Alrighty. Up, she took on d6.
She took on d6. That's absolutely the right thing to do. What Alexandra is doing here is kind of like it's kind of like a London with a better placed queenside knight. And it is the classic Carlsbad structure. The way the pawns are organized. And Alexandra, she hasn't gotten your Carlsbad in instruction, has she, Dina?
No, we only talk chess with Andrea. I don't think Alex would ever want to talk chess with me. I think the margin is not as high. But with Andrea, yeah, we talked, and the reaction was, who the hell is Carl and why is he bad? But she learned. I taught her well. She knows what's the minority attack and stuff like that. Not like she can come and make moves for Alexandra's opponent. Not that we would want her to. Or it depends if that was with the idea to sacrifice a knight. That was a low blow.
Okay, Alexandra's opponent does recapture with the queen in the middle. Alexandra should now play pawn to e3, but she might go knight f3, which is also okay. On Andrea's board, Andrea's playing a bit quicker, as is her opponent. As we can see, Andrea is playing a kid, but this is a scary kid with quite a high rating in this group. I actually thought, Dina, that Andrea's opponent and Alexandra's opponent, I thought they're buddies.
Oh, really?
I thought they were similar age because they had made like a short draw in the opening in a previous round, and they also played each other in some kind of Italian league a couple of weeks ago. But I guess they're not buddies, or maybe they are buddies, but they're not same aged buddies at the very least.
That's so weird. Why would
Making a short draw, yeah, it's very
Yeah.
strange.
And like when you have other people who are leading you and who you want to catch, and
Well, this
even
was round 2, Dina.
well, still, I mean, when you were playing there to fight for first, right? What else are you playing there for? And
Yeah.
also, this like the Andrea's opponent seems pretty young, isn't he? Or he seems like a
Yeah.
minor, like a kid.
Alexandra goes queen to c2, and we are officially out of every prep imaginable. The
So-
point of this queen to c2 is taking control of the f5 square. So Alexandra is making it more difficult for black to get the bishop into the game. This makes some sense to me. Play is going to continue castles, e3, rook to e8, and then Alexandra will go bishop to d3. And here we see one of the disadvantages for Alexandra not having played or not having waited until black plays pawn to c6. Now black can go knight c6. And because of the pressure from the rook on the open file, black is threatening knight takes on d4. And if Alexandra protects that pawn with her knight, then black can go with that knight to do a double attack on the knight and on the bishop. But you can make the argument here that black's bishop isn't going to be especially good because all of black's pawns are on the light squares or going to be on the light squares. So it's a perfectly fine position. It's just equal. There's no chance white is objectively better. But we get a game. And whenever Alexandra has gotten a game, just a position to play some sensible moves, she's done pretty well.
Right. Oh. Alessandra is chilling. She's not worried. I don't think she's aware she mixed up her preparation. Otherwise, she would be focused and not watching Andrea's opponent blow their nose. Always drinking their juice. I see. Yeah. Andrea.
Interesting. He would offer a trade so soon, says B Dubs. And actually, bishop to d6 is the reason Alexandra's move is considered inaccurate. Because in these normally in this situation, you go bishop to g5. And then after bishop to e7, there are many lines in which black actively wants to make a trade between these two bishops. Trading these two bishops is kind of like a tradition in these kind of Queen's Gambit declined positions. So by moving the bishop to f4 early, like Alexandra did, and no one really does this because it allows black to make the bishop trade so much easier without having to move the knight. But it's not like a move that's going to give you an opening advantage, but it is still a perfectly acceptable move in itself.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've also started playing this positions for white for myself. So I'm here alongside Alex learning from Coach Hammer. Not that I had a bishop f4 in my repertoire, but it's good to know why it's not as correct. And also the idea that black can postpone this c7 to c6, keeping ideas of knight c6 and c5 instead is also actually very educational. That's interesting.
Oh, we're happy to teach everyone, girls and Dina.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so interesting to see Alexandra playing the her queen. Why is it interesting? No, it's just I'm just trying to fall into my lovely roast of when I'm gonna see pieces develop. And
Yeah, so queen to c2 is not looking good for the castling believers. The castling believers are down bad after this queen move. Because normally what you're supposed to do in this situation is you go pawn to e3, you go bishop to d3, you go knight to f3, and then you castle. This would be normal play, and this would be castling on move 10. Actually, Dina, after queen to c7, she still has to move her pawn, her bishop, and her knight.
I see where you're going.
And she's currently on move 7, and she also needs to move the king. She has 4 moves remaining to castle, but there's only 3 moves until move 10.
Uh-oh, minus 50k. Everyone who...
There is a chance if she castles to the queen side.
Oh, but that would be a mistake.
That would be risky.
Yeah.
Mistake. Risky.
I played in Prague alongside girls, and I castled long in the Carlsbad, and I got so destroyed by a 13-year-old girl. But I was lucky. I managed to kind of like swindle. She wanted only a draw in the endgame, but I was completely lost. That was the first and the last time I ever castled long in the Carlsbad. I can tell you that.
Alexandra actually, she studied this before the game against Ganta, the Indian, and she actually wanted to castle queenside when she did those studies. So castling queenside is definitely something Alexandra might do because she has studied something similar. But then she was talking about, we were talking about this kind of position here, and instead of castling, she wanted like knight to e2 and pawn to h3, and she was asking me like, what do you think about g4 here? What do you think about castling here? Yeah.
G4 here?
Well, actually, yeah. No, I think g4 was her idea. And I tried to tell her that if you're gonna go g4, maybe first you castle and get the king to b1, and then you do aggressive stuff on the king side afterwards, after you first kind of hide your own king away. But this could definitely happen, and it's not super silly. Like the white gets really nice control of the e4 square here. And then you can sometimes push g5, and if you get the timing right, you can even trap the knight when the knight doesn't have anywhere safe to go.
Yeah, or get the h7 pawn if they don't put the other knight on f8.
Yeah. So, okay, reason computer is giving equal here is probably because black can start sacrificing, but this becomes a very interesting position. So, we could get something very spicy, or we could get something calm. And frankly, Alexandra is the one to decide which one it is, based on whether she castles queenside or whether she goes for castling kingside. And it is nice for her to have that option of kind of being the one to determine the path moving forward. Alexandra's opponent has castled, and Alexandra goes pawn to e3.
All right, that's the way to go. We open the bishop. We have hope, maybe not move 10, but who knows, maybe move 11.
Move 11 could happen for the castling.
Yeah.
But that's not going to help the guys, the believers. who thought that Alexandra was going to castle by move 10 for the first time in the entire tournament. Has she
Yeah.
castled before move 10 previously? That is just poor research work by the people thinking Alexandra will castle.
All right, and Andrea, in the meantime, has put her pawn in the center and is thinking probably out of the book for the first time. Ooh, who is that little cute boy? Little cute boy. Alexandra is interested. She's always interested in kids. Oh, is he gonna smash the camera? No, he won't. So Andrea has put the pawn to e5, which is great. Andrea castled. She did everything. Andrea has like a classic Tabia King's Indian setup. But the question is, oh, she made a move.
Yeah, Andrea really shouldn't be thinking at this stage because she's had so many G3 King's Indians previously. So not a good sign at all that she's thinking. And rook to e8, I don't know if that's the move. She's been playing stuff with a6 and b5 previously, I feel. But now Andrea's going for a different plan where she's trying to put pressure on White's pawn in the center.
Yeah, Andrea likes to create her own plans, even in the when, as you say, she had them so often. But okay, rook e8 is a good move. Let's see what her opponent got. I think Hammer, she didn't have that often. Excuse me. She didn't have that often the pawn on d4 not being pushed to d5. Maybe that's the difference.
Alexandra's opponent goes pawn to a6. I'm very happy to see this. He mistakenly thought that Alexandra in some variations would go knight to b5 and try to attack in towards the black queen. But pawn to a6, while it is protecting the b5 square, preventing the white knight from going to b5, it's actually quite a useless move in this kind of position. Alexandra pretty quickly did move, right? She played quite quickly bishop to d3. And this a6 move, like if Alexandra now tries to castle queenside, then a6 will be a bit of a mistake because then after queenside castling, the normal way of playing here is to go pawn to a5 and pawn to a4 and just push this pawn up the board as quickly as possible. But then when you've already committed yourself to this pawn a6 move, then that's not going to feel very tempting. And also, if Alexandra gets something like c6, knight f3, these kind of positions, then the plan recommended by Banzea is not to go with the pawns forward on the queen side, because in that scenario, playing the pawn forward to take control of the b5 square, making sure that the white pawn could not go there, that would be a useful move. But the plans that Banzea has recommended in these lines is that Alexandra go for putting the knight on the e5 square instead and following up with f4. And here, this a6 move is not necessarily that useful. I feel good about this happening. I think a6 is a slight mistake, similar slight mistake to what Alexandra did with bishop to f4. And I'm not sure pawn to a6 is gonna be a useful move for black in the long term.
Interesting. I've never seen. I mean, once again, this is super interesting for me because I'm starting to play, but I've never really seen this knight to e5 plans exist or work for real. But I can understand. I can understand that, but it's interesting why he chose that. I would love to have a chat with him. At the same time, for the long castle, I was gonna say. Hammer. What about b5? I think that could be even more dangerous. Was it here? B5? I think any proves that a5 or b5 that one should not castle long.
Well, the thing is, after something like king to b1, black is very committed to being successful with their attack. And if they're not successful, then white can put their rook on the c file and target all of these weaknesses. Now that both these pawns went forward, black has a lack of control on some important squares on the c file. And maybe she's not going to castle right now. Maybe she'll first go knight to e2, and then she'll go h3, and then she'll castle. And in these kind of circumstances, when the knight is further away from the action on the queen side, now pawn to b5 is not that scary. We'll move the king over. If the pawn continues forward, then we get access to this amazing square on c5. And next, we're going to go with our rook to try and point down the weaknesses that black created for themselves in trying to attack the white king.
Right.
Oi, 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 oi.
What?
Okay, big moment in the game.
What?
Pawn to c5 has been played.
Oh.
And now it's extremely important that Alexandra capture this pawn. Not capturing that pawn would be a clear mistake. And pawn to c5 is the reason why Alexandra's early bishop to f4 may have been an inaccuracy. What I'm scared about right now is that if Alexandra just continues developing her pieces, that will allow her opponent to grab space on the queen side, attack the bishop, and when the bishop moves, this a6 pawn move is now proving to be extremely useful, taking control of the b5 square, because then black can push their queen side pawns forward and really dominate that side of the board. So in order to prevent the pawn's further advance, Alexandra needs to capture it. And also she needs to pause right now. Very important that she now understands, okay, this is not reminiscent of the positions I studied in my preparation. I realize why it's not reminiscent. I realize that's because I didn't play the move that I had prepared. And now I got to look at this with fresh eyes. No, she's about to move. The one thing we talked about yesterday was not rushing the opening when you're out of prep. Okay, she's about to move, but as long as she takes the pawn, it's fine. And if she doesn't take the pawn, then she's going to be under some very concrete pressure. If she takes the pawn, then probably this is going to be a draw. But at least, you know, she's going to have a very slight advantage.
I'm confident that she's gonna move, take the pawn.
If I am? No, I'm not confident.
I'm confident because what are the options? Like, otherwise you're gonna get smashed by
Okay.
the space.
Yeah, I
She
agree.
did.
She did take it.
Yay. Saved. We are saved.
And now black gets what's known as an IQP, an isolated queen's pawn. Alexandra has had this previously. For instance, in the Reykjavik tournament, she got an IQP herself against an Indian international master. And normally that's a significant disadvantage. But what's good for Carlo here is that Alexandra has no control of the square d4, the square in front of the pawn. And so therefore, he's feeling quite optimistic that he's going to be able to play pawn to d4 in the very near future. That being said, Dina, I just realized Alexandra has a really cool move here. She can go knight to f3, trying to control this square. And then after knight to c6, she can go knight to e2. And she's very focused on trying to prevent black from getting rid of their isolated pawn.
That's some high-level positional play, maneuvering from the Grandmaster. But
Yeah, the problem is if you do this here, then knight to b4 is quite good. Attacking the queen, attacking the bishop, and if queen takes queen, that would be a huge mistake because the knight would then be able to capture the bishop and give a check on the king and attack the queen. So actually, if Alexandra wants to execute this plan, she should do it before the black knight starts making threats in towards the white pieces. So in this current position, Alexandra should play the move knight to e2, but the other knight, because she wants to trade off the queen. And why does she want to trade the queens? Because the queen is one of the pieces that are controlling the d4 square.
Correct. But this would never happen. Never.
It would be kind of clever, though.
I agree. But I mean, at the same time, yes, Alex likes not developing.
Alexandra loves moving her pieces backwards while not completely developed. Like, as far as Alexandra's affinity for the crazy, oh my god, there's crazy and there's that crazy. Oh my god, what are you doing? You're leading the tournament. She just castled Dina. Move 11, by the way.
I saw that.
That is incredibly risky play. Castling when your opponent has an open file pointing down towards you.
And the guy is like, looking at the camera, hammer, what just happened? The opponent was looking at the camera right after castle. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was like, chat, is she real? Is she serial? No, it's not castling cringe. It's castling long in the position where you have already the open file C. I mean, she still has time to probably put her king on B1.
Yeah, but there are other concerns here as well. After knight to c6, her opponent is threatening knight to b4. Oh my god, Dina! Oh my god, look at the computer. It's saying this is good for white. And that made me realize after knight c6, Alexandra can go knight takes d5. Oh, this is a fantastic trap by Alexandra. Incredible trap. Knight takes on d5. And suddenly the queens are opposing each other. The knights are opposing each other. But if knight takes knight, then the queen is captured. If queen takes queen, then Alexandra recaptures with a bishop so that her rook is suddenly protecting the knight in the center of the board.
And he's about to move.
Well, surely he doesn't see this. That's an incredible trick. Oh my god, he saw it.
No! What a buzzkill. He saw it.
Wow, bishop to e6 reinforcing the pawn on d5. This guy's a beast.
Damn it.
Who's coaching Carlo? Carlo not falling for any tricks. And he's killing the 1900 rated players in this tournament so far. He's having an amazing event. And here he sidestepped a very cool trick, a hidden trick from Alexandra. Now Alexandra needs to get her king away from the open file as quickly as possible. And then after knight to c6, there's still the pressure of the knight coming to attack both the queen and the bishop. And Dina, I don't know how Alexandra is going to deal with this.
I'm trying. I don't know what's the point of this, because there's like, what's the point of long castle if there is no attack? Like, you're not gonna attack. The center is open.
I guess part of the reason she castled queenside is because she wanted to have her rook trying to control the pawn and the square in front of the isolated queen's pawn.
Yeah, but in that case, Hammer, you know how it goes. Just play a rook d1 instead.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, Alexandra doesn't know how to play carefully. I think that's just
Well,
I kind of knew it already, but I'm massively realizing it during the course of this game. Like, playing carefully is just not on her repertoire.
It's kind of like a basic solid strategy, right? It's like, this is a basic pawn structure. Isolated pawn, right? When do you see a long castle against an isolated pawn? In what games? Never. You never see that. Just there are certain things that are patterns and strategy for like real like beginners that we see neglected over and over again. But okay, Hammer, that's your fault.
How did I get in trouble?
Well, you've been coaching Alexandra for 10 years. It's about time you taught her the basics.
You're overestimating the access I have to my student.
Okay, that's a fair.
I'm doing the best I can with the time she allocates to me.
That's a fair point. Well, so far in this tournament, things managed to work out regardless of all the interesting moves. So who knows? Maybe here
This
will
knight
be
takes
good as
d5
well.
trap, Dina, was fantastic.
Oh yeah, I agree. The trap was.
I can't believe he didn't fall for it.
True. It's like we missed the trap and then the guy found it, right? And we feel like, how can he be so smart even we missed it? In the meantime, good news for Andrea. Her opponent has been thinking for already 20 minutes. And that makes me so cold. So cold that I almost want to switch off the air conditioner, if I may.
Wait, someone in chat is saying that Carlo is coached by Lexi Ortega. Did I just fall for a troll, or is that... No, Lexi Ortega is definitely a chess player. Is just this might be a chatter with real info. Comino, do you have more intel? Dina flexing she has air conditioning. Well, she's living in a very warm neighborhood. That being said, it is 23 degrees in Norway today, so I needed to bring out my t-shirt. It really does, Citizen. That's why, for a moment, I felt like, am I being trolled right now? But at the same time, it felt very sincere, the comment. T-shirt is the Norwegian air conditioning? Yeah. It really is. Well, the Norwegian air conditioning is no t-shirt, but that wouldn't be that wouldn't be the very sensible thing to do on stream. "23 is cold, 23 is pleasant, 23 is perfect." 23 is pretty much perfect. It's just that this is the first day of summer in Norway, so I need to get accustomed to it. "23 is room temperature." 23 is awful room temperature. You must be cooking. Room temperature is more like 21, 20. Somebody says summer lasts for 1 month in Norway. 1.5-ish. And then it starts raining in July. Has Alexandra played this NASA kid? No. Oh, and NASA made a move. He played pawn to d5. So closing down the position in the center, making the argument that now the black rook is misplaced. The black rook thought it was going to be attacking against the e4 pawn, but in order to make that happen, you needed to make the trade between the pawns in the center. And white, by avoiding this trade, avoiding the tension between the pawns, white is making sure that the black pawn remains on the board, and thereby creating an argument that the rook is now very useless on the e8 square. So that feels like a very strategically sensible thing to do for Andre's opponent.
Andre is thinking again, even though we have a classical King's Indian. But at this point, we're not up. Knight to c5.
Yeah, knight to c5 makes sense, putting pressure against the pawn on e4. I'm expecting knight to e1 from Andrea's opponent now. When the knight moves, it will allow for the bishop to protect in the center, and the knight will then try to go to the d3 square afterwards, trying to challenge the black knight.
And then Andrea will have to play a5 to prevent b4 happening.
Yeah, very important move. Andrea is very dependent on keeping her knight on c5. That is her best placed piece. Yeah,
b4 would be very unpleasant here.
Alexandra has played knight to e2 in the meantime.
Interesting.
And then Carlo Molinari, he goes knight to c6. And Alexandra really needs to go king b1 soon to get her king off the open file.
And that would mean that she would be okay to give away the bishop, but we don't know yet if she made that decision already, if she's fine in peace with giving away the bishop.
Well, the good thing here is that if Alexandra's opponent plays knight b4, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop, when the queen then moves, at least the knight is no longer having control of the d4 square. So then Alexandra could potentially get her knight to d4 afterwards. What is scary, though, is that black has some ideas like knight to e4, attacking the queen, and if this knight is traded, then you open up for the bishop down towards the white king that remains poorly protected. But at the same time, if Alexandra does not play king to b1 here, then she's in massive trouble. Because if something like knight to f4 here, then knight comes to b4, attacks the queen, and if the queen now steps away to the side, black would have this move knight takes a2. Check on the king. The pawn was seemingly protected, but we're not allowed to capture the knight because of the black queen pointing down on the white king. So I'm glad Alexandra chose to play king b1 now.
Yes, we are all glad. And now, so Alexandra's opponent will most likely play knight to b4 to take the bishop, and
You
then
think so, Dina?
Well,
I don't think that's an obvious move whatsoever.
really?
I think, yeah, no, I think when you have one of these isolated pawns in the center, and especially now that you voluntarily put your bishop to protect it, I think you are kind of cautious of giving up control of the square in front of the pawn. But what Carlo is struggling with here is that after something like rook to c8, even here, no, I think rook to c8 makes a lot more sense to me. Because the thing is, after knight to b4, Alexandra's moves become so obvious. Queen is threatening, queen has to move. And then you go knight d4 next move, almost no matter what. And you also have rook c1 is fairly obvious. Get the next rook in. I feel like this is fairly easy to play for white, which is making me think rook to c8 makes more sense. Because now, if Alexandra is like, okay, I want to try and challenge down towards the black queen, then if the rook moves away from the d4 square, then now pawn to d4 is quite good for black. And Alexandra gets in a pinch on, well, what are you going to do next? Probably she will want to move her queen since she feels her queen is a bit exposed. But then I'm nervous about kind of, for instance, the rook pointing down the X-ray towards the white queen. So I'm actually hoping for knight to b4 now, Dina. Even though that's one of the computer's top choices, I think it makes Alexandra's decisions moving forward a lot easier to figure out.
I can certainly understand that. And excuse me, Hammer, if you already highlighted that and I repeat yourself, but you guys know what is the general strategy playing against isolated pawn and with isolated pawn, right? We discussed this already today, have we?
Yeah.
We have. You got it, chat, right? I don't need to repeat what you need to do and what you don't need to do. Just waiting for the confirmation that everybody learned their lesson. Above the super important part that Hammer said, you need to blockade it with a knight on d4. Hugely important for white when playing against isolated pawn in this position is to trade minor pieces and to keep major pieces, queen and rook, attacking the isolated pawn. Okay? On the other hand, for black, we do not want any trades. We want to keep the pieces on the board and use the space advantage thanks to this isolated pawn in order to continue the attack. Either like on the king, whatever, if the king was on king's side or if the king is on the queen's side. And oftentimes, basically every move, you should look for a possibility of pushing d4. You should always look for an idea of trading it if that can give you any advantage in the kind of like dynamics, space and putting pressure. So always look for ways, not here obviously, but these are general plans, the guidance that you need to understand whenever you're facing the isolated pawn. It's like everybody asks me, Dina, I cannot figure out how to play the middle game. Please help. I don't know what to do once I forget the opening. My darlings, there is no such a thing as an ultimate recipe of what to do in the middle game. Every middle game is different because it is a different pawn structure. And what you need to know is to study pawn structures. Once you understand the typical plans for different pawn structures, you will know what to do in any middle game. Am I right or am I right?
I mean, I know a lot of pawn structures, Dina, and I still struggle in every game. But at least you have some idea in which direction you should look for your moves.
All right, guys. So there is no chance for you. You won't get good at chess. Even Hammer studied chess all their life, became a grandmaster 2600 plus, and still struggles. So just give up.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's chess is tricky.
Yeah, too complicated for your little brains.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
It's difficult.
I'm a devil advocate. Don't listen to me, Chad. I'm just doing my best to wake myself up. Trying to spice
Knight
it
to
up.
b4 is on the board. And Alexandra responds instantly. And this is what I was talking about, how I liked this knight to b4 move, because it gives Alexandra a very clear path moving forward. And now Alexandra, next move, she will go knight to d4. She will go rook to c1. She will go the other rook to d1. She will play f3 at some point. And now I'm kind of liking her position, Dina. It's this castling queenside thing is very, very risky. But if she manages to get her knight solidified on the d4 square, then she's actually gonna be happy she castled queenside, because the white king is closer in an endgame than the black king is. So if we're already thinking way, way far ahead, then having the king on this side may bring Alexandra some benefits.
Yeah, no, having Hammer saying I like Alexandra's position, I'm starting to like Alexandra's position. This is what we heard right now, right? I think we need to all embrace that. This is a unique moment and we're back on a happy track. I was thinking earlier, I didn't say it. Somewhere along the lines, castling long can give us a better advantage in the endgame if all the pieces were to trade, kind of rook endgame, right? But for that, once again, Alexandra would need to follow. I mean, and her opponent would need to help her follow the basic kind of like idea of white. So which would be white's favorite trade. All. In the end game, your king is close and the rook is already on the d file. So for those reasons, I would kind of like the outcome of the castle long. In the meantime, how is our younger sibling doing? Andrea, she did play a5, and now her opponent is thinking again. So interesting. No, now Andrea's after bishop e3, it's Andrea's turn. But both of them, oh my lands. Actually, Andrea's opponent has been taking way more time. He's Andrea's 15 minutes up the clock. Obviously, pretty sure Mr. Hammer here is like, bro, both of them were supposed to have 1 hour 30 by now and spend maximum 30 seconds on each move. Like, why are they thinking? But Hammer, well, everything, if Andrea needs 15 minutes to figure out the position that she has seen 20 times in her life, just the last 10 days, and her opponent needs 30 minutes, we'll take that because we still have a time advantage. But yeah, truth to be told, this is like a tabia, and both of them are supposed to know that.
Oh, really? Is it?
I mean, kind of. It's like tabia. I'm exaggerating. It's like a typical thing.
What language is that word from? 'Cause
Tabia?
I've seen it in so many chess books, so I kind of learned what it means, but I've never seen it used anywhere outside of chess.
Well, that's an interesting question. We use it all the time in Russian, but yeah. Latin is
And
a
that
bit
might
like-
be why it's being used so frequently in chess.
But
Because
it's
the
not.
Russians are writing chess books.
Yeah, but this is not a Russian word. I like the yeah. Tabia. What is it? Chat. Who can definition? Oh boy.
Arabic, says someone in chat.
Makes
Someone
sense.
else says Latin. Another guy with Arabic. What does it actually mean? It means like a common situation out of the opening. Well, I don't actually know what it means,
I
but in
know,
chess
yeah.
terms, it means like a familiar situation out of the opening.
Oh, the name Tabia has its origins in the Swahili language. What's Swahili language? To opening setup of pieces. Commonly used to mean standard moves of any opening. Yeah, the tabia is like, for example, it's like the first moves that you do as a mast, and then starting from this mast position, there you can deviate in many different lines. So it's like a basic standard setup. Like for example, here for Andrea, this is definitely a tabia. Yeah, it's like starting from here, white has or has not to push the pawn, and various different ways. For Alexandra, a tabia would have been, let's say, here before the bishop f4, and then we have bishop f4, bishop g5, knight f3. But they're like, it's also relative, right? Like even, yeah, this is what I would say. Okay. It's kind of like what you, when we say tabia, we mean like, why are you thinking you were supposed to do this with your eyes closed and start thinking after that?
Common starting point, says Radio Soapbox. I think that's a pretty good way to describe it.
Yeah, I like that.
Moves are coming in Alexandra's game, Dina.
Okay.
And it's very interesting. So if we go down what happened, king to b1, knight up, pressure on the queen, queen moves away. And now black had to do something quickly in order to avoid white just getting the knight to d4 in a blockading position. So Carlo goes knight to e4, immediately putting pressure on the queen, on the knight, and just more pieces involved towards the white king. Alexandra takes the knight. Her opponent recaptures. And now this is a very tricky position. Alexandra cannot capture the pawn again, because then she would abandon her pawn on a2, leaving that pawn to be captured by the black bishop, and then black would just have a tremendous winning attack, pointing down towards the poorly defended white king. So Alexandra is going to have to find something else. In this position, she would be very happy to get a queen trade. So something like queen to d4 would be reasonable. But after queen to d4, black has queen a5, once again creating all this pressure down towards the a pawn. The a pawn can move forward and actually kick the black knight back. But the problem here is that Alexandra cannot, her queen is under attack, and she cannot capture the black pawn due to bishop f5, where the bishop catches the king and queen on the same diagonal, with black's queen offering protection along the fifth rank to the bishop. So Alexandra needs to be incredibly accurate here. One mistake, and this could be highly problematic. Knight to d4 is another logical move based on play so far, but then the bishop would come into the heart of black and white's position, and the bishop would establish itself in behind the white pawns and the white pawn structure and start putting pressure against the white king. So what Alexandra should do here, if she wants to have an advantage according to the computer, is pawn to a3. Very, very important move. Chasing the knight away, and when the knight has been chased away, then we can capture the pawn on e4. It's still terrifying though, because now after queen to c4, the knight is under attack, but there's also pressure for the queen to try and enter via the a2 square, being helped by the bishop behind the queen, offering that same support on the diagonal. Alexandra could then retreat her knight, but after the retreat, she's going to have to deal with something like bishop to f5, check on the king, and if the king hides in the corner, you're terrified of this black knight making its way forward, continuing the attack against the king in the corner. So very, very scary position for Alexandra, and kudos to our opponent today, Molinari, for this knight to e4 move, because that was definitely a good way of making sure that Alexandra didn't have the easy plan with knight to d4. Yes, he's sacrificing a pawn, but he's creating tremendous practical difficulty for Alexandra.
Yeah. She gonna capture the bishop.
Yeah, she already did. My bad.
Oh, perfect. Wonderful. Well, technically, she does have an advantage now, right?
According to the computer, but like computer defends these positions a lot better than a human. So to start with, after queen to c4, apparently the only good move for her is the other knight to c3. But that doesn't necessarily make that much sense for a human, because you feel like you want to give this knight extra protection.
And just to make it clear, we are witnessing Alexandra Botez under attack under her own will, right?
I agree that she has put herself in this situation voluntarily, but I'm not sure she fully understood the ramifications of castling queenside when she did that. So as far as her own will, this is of her own doing, but I'm not sure if it's of her own will.
Right.
If I'm allowed to make that distinction.
That was very diplomatic.
You guys told her to castle early. We did. Just the where she had lots of pawns to protect her king, instead of her king now feeling very breezy here with minimal pawn protection in front of it.
That reminds me of Andrea. But you told me to play solid, and then I played solid, and then I just got destroyed. I hate this game.
And Alexandra, she's too scared to accept the pawn sacrifice. She goes knight to f4, which computer says is a great move. Dina, great move by Alexandra. Honestly, best move. I did not like these accepting pawn sacrifice variations because I did feel like Alexandra then would have poor control of the light squares. But here, after knight to f3, the idea is you're putting pressure on the bishop. Obviously, the bishop wants to still attack towards the white queen side. The bishop will go bishop to c4.
Right.
But then Alexandra can go for a queen trade. And if the queen trade happens, then her rook will attack everything. So the queen trade cannot really happen. Black will have to retreat, but then Alexandra can... Oh, okay. Apparently this is bad.
But then Alexandra can continue grabbing space in the center by putting the knight to d5. And this is sort of outpost, even though it's not protected. It is forcing pawn trades and the pieces trades, and the pieces trades are in white's favor because we are approaching the endgame, and in the endgame we already have the king closer to the center and closer to the action, and plus this e4 pawn in the endgame can become a weakness even though it is advanced and takes space, but that works only for middle game. For the endgame, every advanced pawn can become a weakness because it is easier to attack, and the d4 is gonna be our outpost. Life is gonna be beautiful in the kingdom of the Botez.
Fantastic. That would be great for Alexandra if she realizes that she needs to try and trade off the black attacking pieces. But I think she does. That was fantastic, Dina. Was that you doing your best hammer?
Yeah, I tried, and
yeah.
I also tried to
I
save
could
you.
tell. I thought I really need to compliment you because when you're being me, obviously I think I am the greatest ever. So I understood what was going on, and I'm essentially complimenting myself.
Wait, did you just tell me that I was so bad that you realized that no one can do better than you?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. It just okay, fine. So knight to d5, and then after knight to d5, and then knight to d5, bishop to d5. Oh, it's all must. Hammer, it's all a must. Black doesn't have any choice. They have to trade.
Because here we can take the knight.
Oh, this is
which is very
move.
clever. Yeah, because if we take back, then we allow queen down, which is
my
bad.
Yeah.
But queen takes knight is good though. Someone in chat asked why not just take the pawn, which seems like a very reasonable question to ask.
Because bro, you don't have time for that. Actually, whoa, rook A? That's never happening. And now rook e5? Wait, what's the difference? What the hell? Queen to f5, now rook e5? Queen to d7? Again, what's the difference? Why
Maybe
the
now there's no rook to d1 threatening checkmate.
Okay.
This is very confusing. Why is it important which rook?
And then queen d7. Bishop to a2. Oh, you're right. There is no checkmate hanging.
So if the black rook had been on a8 now, then queen d8 would be checkmate. But since there is no checkmate for white, it's rather black who's getting the checkmate against the white king.
And for the record, this is impossible to find and would never happen on the board. So in that regard, whoever asked the question why not to take on e4 has asked a fantastic question, because let's say practically, like white has all the reasons to do so. If we capture this pawn here, there's... It's kind of one of those. Okay, I'll tell you that whenever you are under attack, which white is, you should not be greedy. You should not be a pawn grabber, because every time you grab a pawn and you let your opponent get a tempo of attacking you and bringing more pieces into the game is dangerous. Here, apparently, technically, unless the guy, which would never happen, calculates all that, he would never do. He would just do this, We can't get away with this queen f5. But on practical level, it's just so much easier and smoother to play knight d5. And now knowing Alexandra, having seen everything she's done so far, we'd say she would take the pawn. I don't know.
Yeah, but actually, I think this perfectly illustrates, Dina, why black would not go queen to c7. This is why black would go queen to c6 instead.
Oh, sure. Why did we even look at queen c7? Here, nothing
Because
works.
I think that was the computer's top choice.
Forget the computer. It's always confusing us. Queen c6. We cannot do knight d5. We cannot
Why
do
can we
knight
not?
queen e4.
Why can we not do knight d5?
We can't do anything. Well, no, we can. We can. It's just no. We actually can. It's just there is some subtle difference why it's not as good. Oh, we don't attack the queen, sir.
Yeah, but still.
Oh,
like
we
this-
attack knight e7.
We're trading off the black's attack.
By the way, I'm not happy with this guy.
Yeah, but I can go rook c1.
Right. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a game. Again, it's
Yeah.
a game. Probably, yeah, queen c6. He's gonna go queen c6. So forget everything we just saw.
And then if queen takes, then he can do this check against the king, because now the knight cannot recapture because the knight is needed to protect the queen.
That would be another Botez game.
But Dina, after queen c6, now there's no queen to a5. So here, can Alexandra go queen d6, trying to make a queen trade? No, she cannot, because then bishop to d3, check on the king, but more importantly, breaking up the defense between the white rook and the white queen. So this is then highly problematic for Alexandra. Weirdly, computer likes this for Alexandra after rook to d2.
Nice.
I have no idea what the intention behind that is, though. I guess it's useful to control this one, and then maybe you can go rook c1 and point towards the queen after.
Yeah.
It's an interesting situation. In the meantime, Andrea has played knight to h5 on her board, and I quite like this move because now she's preparing to rush her f pawn forward, which is something she learned in the first round, Dina, or was it the second round?
I think it was the last 20 games she has played in this European tour in the King's Eden finally.
No, but don't you remember her knight takes g3? We were giving her such a hard time, but we talked to her about how we want to rush the f pawn forward, and we like having this pawn to be able to recapture should there be a trade. So I'm quite happy with Andrea's position right now. She's gonna play f5, and she's gonna have good pressure in towards white center, and she's gonna give white some difficult decisions to make. For instance, after a3, pawn to f5. If white now tries to go knight to d2, reinforcing his central control, then Andrea can go f4. And now the knight is proving very useful as a protector of this pawn, and this pawn is trapping the white bishop, forcing white to make a trade for the knight. But the thing is, we quite like that this knight gets traded off, because then it becomes impossible for white to push their pawns forward and kick our knight back at the same time. Our knight is very prone to being a source of problems with white advancing their queenside pawns while simultaneously forcing our piece back. So we would be quite happy to trade that off and be able to capture in towards the center of the board.
Yes, I do remember now, and that would be a dream come True. In the meantime, I just realized that it's been a very long time, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't talked about what matters. And what matters is that for this tournament, we have a unique opportunity for you guys to win a $1,000 participating in the raffle if you haven't yet, although I count on you and I'm sure most of you have already. But those of you who are just tuning in, all the 14,000 people watching us on Twitch and 6,000 people watching us on YouTube, we have partnered with Coinbase and we have over $20,000 in giveaway in cryptocurrency. So use the command raffle. Sign up with the email address that you have already used for your official account or about to use if you're just about to create one, and follow the instructions. You can already claim your $20 off using the code Botez20 for the first BTC trade Botez. We have had almost every day 4 winners because if any of the girls win, we get not 1, but 4 prizes. Fun fact, yesterday I got a DM on Instagram from one of the users who said that they won a prize, but were missing the only time the announcement of the winners yesterday, and they were asking for instructions. And then the guy said, oh, never mind, I got the email, it was in a spam folder. So if you won and you did not get the email, do check your spam folder because we have absolutely contacted you already. That is amazing. That's the first time ever, I believe, that a chess live coverage of the show has a giveaway, such a massive giveaway of cash in crypto. But hurry up because today is one day before last. One before last day. Tomorrow is the last round. Well, for some, it's going to be this night, but we don't talk about that. We don't complain. Complain is for weak. Right, Hammer?
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't complain. It's morning my time, so. But yeah, final round, 3 a.m. Eastern, midnight Pacific, and 9 a.m. European, which is kind of why we're hoping Alexandra can win today, so that we're sure she's gonna get a good result in this tournament, no matter what. But in case she doesn't win, we're just gonna have to figure out something, because who would want to miss Alexandra Botez's first ever ish tournament victory? I asked Alexandra yesterday because I wanted to have my facts straight, how many tournaments she had won in the past, and I think she said it was about 4, but she's never won a tournament at this level. So this would be the greatest achievement in her career so far.
Would we see a Twitter banner? Alexandra Botez, winner of Sardinia International Chess Festival Group B, poker player, GG ambassador. Okay. Why do I have to be so mean? Why do I have to be so mean? My bad. Apologies on that. First time ever, I'm seeing Alexandra being so relaxed and kind of bored. Oh, she just smiled. Usually she's focused even when her opponent is thinking, but now she's taking her time off. Could that be that she's the energy is being slowed down by the end of the tournament? Hammer, how is your energy? It's
mine is at a very minimum. I'm amazed if Alexandra feels very energized at this point. It's exhausting playing these chess tournaments day in and day out, but it's especially tiring when you're in the lead, because then you feel like you have something to defend, and you feel quite a bit more stress defending a lead than you feel trying to catch up with a leader. On the other hand, I do think that her amazing results so far have carried her a little bit. Very often, you find some kind of hidden energy deep down inside. If things are going well, and you're like, okay, I can do this because I'm feeling so happy having done so well so far.
Oh, absolutely. Truth to be told, Alexandra's game has been fantastic in this tournament. She is dominating every opponent. Even when in trouble, she finds the best moves. Her style is very special. She doesn't take into consideration any common opinions. She does it her own way, and she manages to make it work. So, absolutely, credit needs to be given to her. And not only, as you, Hammer, say, this energy of feeling a win makes her carry on towards the whole tournament and even by the end, but also inspires her to consider yet another tournament. Norway Chess in your home country, Hammer. What do you think about that? Andrea was here in the studio yesterday. We managed to catch her up for the entire 2 minutes, and she said if Alex wins, 100% she's gonna want to play one more, which would be like a 6th tournament in a row. And in that tournament, I've heard there would be not only some random grandmasters like Magnus Carlsen, but also the most famous and strongest of them all, Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer, would be participating themselves. Is that true?
No, that's not true. I'm not playing. I'm doing commentary on the top groups. Norway Chess this year has quite a strong field. And they, for the first time ever, they have a women's section as well. So it's going to be packed with chess personalities. Magnus is going to be there. Hikaru is going to be there. Fabiano is going to be there. We're going to have Pia Kamling. We're going to have the current women's world champion, Wen Yun Yu. Yeah, it's going to be a great gathering of chess minds.
Man, that's dang. Do you know who you're gonna do the commentary with already?
Yeah, I'm doing it for Norwegian television. We've been doing commentary on site for the last like 6 years or something.
Oh, that's why you're
So
so professional at this, right? Yeah, you've been trained by the Hammer. How is it? I mean, not that we can take a pause, but Andrea's game hasn't changed. Her opponent is in a deep sleep, which is just amazing for us. Alexander's
Andrea having a time advantage is quite a rare sight to see.
Yeah. And Alexandra, her opponent is still thinking as well. So nothing have changed. Oh my god, Alexandra has already 30 minutes up on clock. And yeah, I was meant to ask you, Hammer, when you're doing a commentary for the television, what is it like? Like you obviously aim towards people below 1,000, right? Oh, the audience is below 1,000. Many don't even know the rules, do they?
I think most people know the rules at this stage. We had our 10-year anniversary doing chess commentary on the TV2 channel just a couple of months ago. So we've been doing it for a very long time, and I think most people know the rules. But I personally try to use the same general principles I do in the Norwegian commentary as I do in, as I'm doing for Hikaru, as I'm doing here now with you, Dina. I think the massive difference is that on Twitch, I make a little fun, a bit more fun with the audience, and there's a lot more audience interaction. So I'm a bit more serious and doing the TV2 broadcast. But other than that, I try to stick with the same sort of principles, explaining the game in a way that most people can understand, but still trying to explain it from the mindset of top players. So trying to get the best of both worlds. and doing that by minimizing the amount of variations we look at, but more using words to explain the player's train of thought instead of using variations to justify their plans.
Makes sense. Yeah, Chad, we're lucky to have a professional TV commentator here with us. Let's embrace it. And not only he is here, but he also allows us to joke around with him and make his general attitude be more welcoming and personable. What a beautiful conclusion.
This is an upgrade over TV. I don't know about that, random killer, but it's I'm glad to have the opportunity to do both.
We are both seeing Pia Cramling with this month. You are seeing Cramling on purpose, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know it, Dina. Me and Pia, always buddies. I don't know where you were going with that. I tried to follow as much as I could.
It's okay. It's okay. You're good.
You know she's married.
Not anything that. Not any compliment should be taken into that direction. You know, you can just appreciate human beings without any side thoughts.
Okay. Have you ever played against Pia Kamling? Yeah, I've played against Pia many, many times. She is from Sweden, which, whether we like it or not, is Norway's closest neighbor. She kind of crushed me in the start. So I think she was up 2-0 in our games, but I have since managed to beat her 2 or 3 times. So I think we're either equal score or maybe I have a slight advantage. She didn't say what you think she said, Hammer. Gerber, I don't know with Dina. I'm not sure I misread that on how to interpret some of the things Dina says.
Yeah, it's you never know. 13,000 people are waiting for the move. Oh, by the way, Hammer, wait, what? He left the bishop under the attack. He played queen to e7. Mr.
Wow.
Molinari.
Big mistake, huge mistake by Alexandra's opponent. He's abandoning his attack, and now Alexandra can get a queen trade. Queen to d6 would make sure that black has to acquiesce to this queen trade because you cannot avoid it without losing the knight out on the edge of the board. And after this queen trade happens, Alexandra will have full control in the center of the board, having both her rooks already involved. And Alexandra would also benefit from having her king close to the center. So huge opportunity here for Alexandra with queen to d6. She can also take the black bishop. And then after recapture, she can go queen to d6 again. But the difference here would be that, well, this is also good, Dina. This is also good, but it's not as good. And the reason is that the black bishop is actually not that happy to be on the board. This black bishop, and Alexandra takes it, this black bishop is kind of being blocked by its own pawns in multiple directions. So it would have been much better for Alexandra to just trade the queens immediately. Instead, Alexandra quite quickly plays knight takes e6, and that was a huge missed opportunity. Once again, she's playing too quickly, unfortunately. Oh no, actually, Dina, she thinks she's winning a pawn.
Oh, sorry. After knight e6, queen e6, she's winning a pawn with the queen to d4.
Well, that's what she thought, and that's what she played. But this is another mistake. She
Because
thought she was just winning, and instead of control checking and doing her calculations, she just played unnecessarily quickly.
And now knight to d3 doesn't
Yeah,
look
so her
good.
queen was attacking both the knight and the pawn, but the problem is that the knight can jump into d3, attack the pawn on f2, and then after knight takes on e4, her opponent can go rook to d8, attacking the queen. The queen has to remain defending the knight, but if the queen moves away, the pawn can attack the queen again, and there's no way for the queen to remain in the defense of the knight. That is, yeah, it is the story of Alexandra's tournament so far.
Yeah, and
She's massively unnecessarily rushing in promising positions. And when she thinks she's winning, I just don't understand because she's a logical person. I don't understand the logic of rushing when you think you're winning. Because if you think you're winning, you have the time to double check everything. Like, if you think you're winning, that's it. If you're right, that's the end of the game. So it makes sense to then spend a lot of time figuring out whether you're right or whether there is some kind of a defense that you hadn't seen. And what Alexandra is going to say is that, oh, I hadn't seen this rook to d8 move in the end of the variation. And then where I'm going to say, well, the reason you didn't see it was because you didn't give yourself time to see it. And you just rushed into this double attack against the knight and against the pawn for absolutely no good reason.
yeah, there is this chatter asking why is she rushing when she's up like 30 minutes on time. This probably summarizes it all, and I actually have an explanation. Well, I do want to highlight that in a way I admire this approach because I know myself. I'm biased. I have this weakness of always being in time trouble, taking too much time. And after every single game for the last 10 years, I've been telling myself, okay, Dina, tomorrow you're going to play fast. Tomorrow you're going to play 3 minutes, move, 3 minutes, move. And then yet again, I keep falling into this trap. So for me, watching Alexander play so fast and confident, this is inspiring. And I can guarantee that it does put a lot of pressure on the opponent as a fact. But unfortunately here, at the same time, it was a critical moment, which has been, I think, Hammer, already proven that Alexander doesn't feel the danger. You need to develop like a feeling of a danger. And right now, the feel of danger here, I think it's a sense of danger. So the sense of danger. The danger here for white is that they are under attack. So any position, basically, with queens on the board is dangerous. Any position with queens off the board on the other side, on the other hand, is in white's favor because, as I told you, the king is closer to the center. So any, like basically pawn endgame would be winning because the king would just go here and take the pawns and promote. Plus this e4, I told you and I repeat it again, dear viewers, the pawn is a strength in the middle game, but it's easier to be a weakness in the end game because it's easier to attack. And Alexandra neglects this by taking, and going after the pawn and keeping the queens on the board.
Well, I agree with everything you said, Dina, but I don't think it's as easy as saying she misunderstood the importance of the queen trade. I mean, the thing here is just that she missed this rook to d8 move. Right?
Or that.
It's just a miscalculation because she thought she was winning a pawn, attacking both the knight and the pawn. But at the same time, I feel like a bit of a broken record, but at this, yeah. I don't mind her making mistakes. I'm not expecting her to play perfectly, but I am expecting her to address the concerns that we have talked about over and over. The only thing we talked about, pretty much, as relates to her games, is that she's got to spend more time in the critical situations. And I'm starting to think, like, Dina, the fact that Alexandra and Andrea, they almost always sit at the board while their opponent is thinking.
Right.
I have never seen anyone that much at the board in any sort of chess. And I've been to a couple of chess competitions in my life.
A couple.
And I just don't think it has proven to be beneficial for Alexandra to stay sitting at her board while her opponent is thinking. Yeah, she's saying that, oh, I'm doing calculations while my opponent thinks. Sure. But at the same time, you're not doing calculations when when it's your turn, when you're thinking. There's very often she kind of she skips ahead and just assumes that things is winning without double checking. And that could be fatigue. But I think that fatigue is exacerbated by the fact that she's staying at the board always. If she had taken more mental breaks during the game, maybe she would then feel more fresh as her opponent makes an unexpected move. And then would kind of, yes, she would spend more time, but she would also maybe get more decisions right. Because she wouldn't be so collared by, she wouldn't be that kind of tired actually from all the variations that have been calculated up to that point. So I'm very disappointed here, but of course she's not in big trouble. She just needs to realize her own mistake. And had she played queen to d6, I do think she would have won this game, because then she would have had the time advantage. She would have had the more centralized pieces, and she would have had, like you said, Dina, the king closer to the middle in an endgame. And all of this stuff would have just been amazing for her.
Yeah, this story of Fermentera. How many times did I hear my co-host Alex Banzea ranting about his student Andrea? Why is she sitting? Why is she not standing up? Why is she always sitting? I mean,
he said the same thing?
Every single round. Chat, be my witness.
I genuinely, I haven't talked to her about this, but now that she's making the same mistakes over and over and over, even after we talked about it, I am starting to become more critical of this sitting at the board all the time strategy.
And for me, actually, this is one of the biggest surprises, because you might not expect this, but I admire that in both Alexandra and Andrea. You know why, Hammer? Because I know them so well, and I know how little do they find joy in chess outside of the competition. And seeing this absolutely opposite, black and white, Alex and Andrea so dedicated and so motivated to the game when in the moment of the competition, for me, is always a good thing. For me, it shows that they actually like it, that they enjoy it, that they care. They actually want to win. They want to get points. It shows a lot of their great sides of their character. I guess, and for me, I never know, because when you stand up, when you take a walk, when your opponent's thinking, you kind of lose focus, and then you come back. Yes, you're refreshed, but you're also kind of more distracted out of the, like, I almost think, Hammer, that taking a break, like standing up and walking, is just as distracting as having a camera and taking, like, and as you would think, like, just because you have a camera and you have to think about all this streaming isn't that distracting. But hey, when you stand up and watch all other games, this is also distracting. So I would love to have a debate on you on this one. Not that it actually is that important or at all, but just so that you know, Alex, Benzea, Andrea's coach have been ranting every single round towards Andrea on this point as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really have a good counter against what you're saying, Dina, but I do want to mention that just every single grandmaster gets up from the board and walks around. And
Isn't that
so
because they are
my
bored?
argument is not one of logic, which makes me feel a bit bad. I would prefer to have a logical, reasoned argument. But if all the good guys are doing it, how can we then argue it's not the best strategy for the results?
I would say because they're tired of the game. They spend their life studying and learning, and when in the competition, they believe that if they take their mind off, then they would kind of be refreshed, you know? But I think it might come from the point where they're just tired of this. They don't have enough energy and motivation to sit at the board, unlike girls do. That's literally
So are you saying, because I don't necessarily know too much what the top girls do, but now I'm gonna look out for that in Norway
same.
chess.
Top girls do the same. Yeah, professionals, they stand up. Like,
yeah, they
lots
walk
of them.
around. Yeah.
I can tell you that because I've been playing with the girls all my life, like professionally. Like,
So the difference is high
yeah.
level, low level. There's no gender difference or something like that. It's just high level chess players get up from their board and take a rest from the game and walk around and focus on other things.
Yeah. One more thing I would add, I think high level players do that. And I know many girls, professional girls who do that. I think because it is a known practice how you put also psychological pressure on your opponent. Even my coaches would tell me to do that and how uncomfortable it gets your opponent into phase. Whereas for these girls here, there's no such a thing as psychology at chess. You know, let them just castle already and we call it a day. So, this is just another level when you play chess like you play poker. You stand up and you make your opponent fall into this deep dungeon of calculation, let them lose on time.
Shrimp in a bathrobe, that's a username, says that it isn't healthy to sit and think for 3 to 5 hours straight. There's a reason why there's breaks in school.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a good point. But I don't know. It's an interesting debate. In any case, I am aware of what you're saying, but I admire it in the girls because this is literally the only time in their lives that they spend it with chess and they want to spend it. And if they want to sit more and think more, then we should embrace it.
Gaze asks, how much longer until the time control? Alexandra is about to make her move 19. So her opponent has 22 moves remaining, and he only has 28 minutes on the clock. So he has an average of 1.5 minutes per move if we include the 30 seconds he gets per move. So Alexandra's opponent is definitely in some time pressure. But on the other hand, thanks to getting this knight to the d3 square, he has some advantage on the board.
Yeah. Man, I can't believe Andrea and her opponent are 40 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, no, that's also not. They're on move 13. So we're having somewhat slow games today.
Okay, I'm actually getting pissed off. And this time on Andrea, and this time for real. it was round 1 on Fermentera. Literally, the girl did a reel out of it. Receiving a text from her dad, why did you think 1 hour just to play pawn to g3? How many reels did she make on this? She made at least 2 shorts. Is there any capture in this game? What the hell are you thinking about? Why do we have to do the exact same thing? Why are you thinking on the only plan that exists in the opening? Why
No,
are you
but-
playing King's Indian if you don't want to play f5?
But f5 is a mistake, no?
Okay, how? Oh, you're losing the knight on h5.
f5 takes, and now this is why white brought the queen back, to have this pressure towards the knight. And you go knight takes e5, and you're
Okay.
pointing in towards the black knight.
You're right, I blundered that.
Ooh, but she can go rook takes, Dina. Rook takes, and then the rook is pointing towards the knight, so that when the queen captures, then pawn to f4 attacks both the bishop and the queen at the same time. So it turns out she can push the pawn forward. Her opponent thought he prevented it, but in fact he didn't. But he made Andrea believe that he prevented it. So Andrea played rook to f8 instead. And honestly, I'm kind of fine with this move. This was the move I was going to suggest on her behalf.
Right, with the idea to play queen to e8 and protect the knight on h5. Hopefully this is her idea.
So either queen to a8, e8, and protecting the knight, that could be one idea. But the other idea I had was just to go knight f6, and then knight to e8, and because now the rook is not blocking, and then I'll be able to go f5, f4 afterwards.
Yeah, knight e8 would have been more standard. Ooh, that's a beautiful little yawn. Well, listen, I do believe that I actually would love to have Alexandra share her skill of playing fast with Andrea. I think I would love to see Andrea in Alexandra's shoes of playing fast and confident, because it wouldn't make a difference between the moves that Andrea is doing.
Yeah.
If you don't spot this rook takes e5 and f4, if you don't like it, then just play rook f8 right away. Like 5 minutes is enough here. And Andrea should have had...
She only spent like 10 minutes, so I don't know. I think it's fine. I think there are other moments that were more deserving of critique than this moment where her opponent actually was putting some pressure against her knight.
Of course, but that's exactly my point, Hammer. If she spends 10 minutes on every move by the move 13 of the opening, where all the moves are standard and she is supposed to know them and do them with her eyes closed already, then my rant is, why doesn't she have 1 hour 20 on the clock?
Yeah. Which I think is fair enough. She doesn't she doesn't feel entirely familiar with all the King's Indian plans. And in general, her unfamiliarity with a lot of middle game positions, because she hasn't necessarily had that much time to study them. And sometimes a lot of the learning you do on the chessboard is not through study, but by actual practical experience, because that burns into your brain in a much better way than a teaching situation does. And since she doesn't have a lot of game practice at this level, she doesn't have necessarily all the plans in her instinct just yet. But surely it's improving, and she is trying to go for the f5 pawn break, and whether it happens now or a couple of moves from now, it is going to be very powerful when it happens. I think the main thing to say about Andrea's game, as far as I'm concerned, is that after pawn to a3, I would really like to see her sacrifice a pawn. If pawn to a3, I would love to see Andrea going pawn to a4.
Yes, please.
Giving up this pawn on the edge of the board But even though she loses a pawn on the queen side, she then has a free reign to start attacking on the king side instead.
Nice. I would love to see that. All right, and Andrea got up, and I saw one chatter saying, "Why are we criticizing Alexandra if she's 6.5 out of 7?" The general reason why we are criticizing is because we care. You criticize because you want your student, your friend, your someone you're mentoring, you want them to improve. That's why you criticize. Criticizing is the definition of care. On that level, absolutely don't mean to downgrade any achievements. We've said it many times. Alexandra is having a fantastic tournament, an amazing tournament, one of the best in her life. And today might be a decider. Today, she might actually claim the victory for the round, but we are nervous. What don't you understand? We are nervous. We are putting our hearts and souls here to see Alexandra win the tournament. And obviously, in the critical moments, we cannot but scream. Which we do. Hammer, how's your tea refill?
I'm good, Dina.
Great.
And now we see Alexandra has now spent over 15 minutes correcting her mistake earlier. And if she instead had spent 10 minutes on this position and figured out that black had a response to this queen to d4 double attack, then she not only would have more time than she has now, but she would also have a much better position. She would have her rooks dominating the center of the board, and this black bishop would be blocked by its own pawns. So by giving yourself some extra time to think in the critical situations, you can gain time by using time, in that you avoid getting yourself into a problematic situation later on. And then a lot of people in chat have asked, how do you know that it's a critical moment? Well, that's the tricky part. But in this scenario, Alexandra spent like 3 minutes and she saw that she would do a double attack against the knight and against the pawn. And Alexandra is good enough to know that if she manages to capture a pawn here, her position is winning. At Alexandra's level, a pawn is enough of an advantage to win the game. So when you think you have a winning move, that is a great moment to pause. Because if you're right, then your position, a winning position, is much easier to play than any other position, because you have quite a clear idea of how you're going to want to proceed. And if you have an extra pawn, then your opponent is not able to put as much pressure on you moving forward. So because Alexandra thought she was winning a pawn here, that is enough for her to go, okay, critical moment, let me spend some extra time to make sure that I got this right. And then maybe she would have figured out that, in fact, her opponent had a bit of a trap with the knight coming in, causing problems for white.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. All right, she's thinking now. We've seen that, right? We've seen that many times, that up, rook h to f1. I saw a chatter asking, what do you think about this move?
Yeah, and it's fine. The important thing was that she needed to realize that the pawn on e4 was poisoned.
Right.
And she did. And now, if her opponent goes rook to protect the pawn, then Alexandra can capture the pawn safely, because now there's no more knight takes on f2. The problem is Alexandra's opponent will go pawn to f5, which means that if Alexandra tries to be tricky eliminating the defender of the knight in the center of the board, then her opponent can just recapture and the pawn will still remain to defend the knight in the center of the board. So pawn to f5 is needed now. And then Alexandra has some problems with her queen. Her queen is very prone to being attacked by the black rooks. And in order to avoid that, she needs to go voluntarily for the queen trade. But now the queen trade is not as effective as it was previously because, well, the difference is the placement of the black knight. In last time we saw the queen trade, the knight would not be able to establish itself inside white's half, and now this knight is blocking the rook's access to the game, giving black a honestly significant advantage. I'm surprised that the computer is only thinks black is a little bit better here. I would think black is quite a bit better. That being said, because black is under so much time pressure, yeah, actually, I don't think it's a good thing that black is under time pressure, because I think someone in chat asked, do you think Alexandra has a bias towards not trading the queens? And I think that is true to a certain extent. She doesn't like queen trades. And that can hurt her in situations where queen trade is the best move, such as this position we're expecting to happen after black's pawn to f5.
I think Alexandra has a bias towards like kind of all the simple advice out there, whatever it comes to developing pieces, castling, trading queens, putting pieces back. I think I'm pretty sure she has her own style, which is kind of like Tarzan. I think it's the kind of Tarzan or ninja style that we call that. She relies on calculation and tricks and complications. And you know what? In this tournament, it works perfectly because she gets her opponents out of their comfort zone. She surprises them and manages to get into their heads and make them believe that this or that is a danger. That being said, obviously, rook f1, I'm personally not a fan of the putting the rook in front of the f2 pawn because it's like we're putting the rook in front of two pawns. I would personally have preferred something like rook d2, but I think we discussed that. And yeah, we discussed that. I mean, it doesn't lose, right? It doesn't lose on spot.
No, it's the same move as rook f1, essentially.
Yeah, but the only difference is this next time, this rook, you're going to put it on the open file. You're going to stalk the towers, as Hikaru says.
Yeah, maybe rook to d2 would have been very slightly better, but not much better.
Oh, Hammer, would we see you putting the rook in front of your f1 pawn? F2 pawn?
No, Dina, you would not.
See, that's my point. A player like Hammer would not even consider rook f1 as a candidate move in this position. This is the truth. This is called the basic strategical respect for the basic strategical moves. Rooks belong to open files. Once you get the rook on the open file, you stalk the towers, you double the rooks on the open file. Once you did that, you go to the 7th rank. We discussed this many times over this European tour. And essentially, you never put the rook in front of the pawn. Here it's even worse, in front of two pawns. And f3, you gotta have, even if you were to do the pawn break f3, you can do it anyway because the knight is stuck on d3. And last but not least, what is this? What is this? This is an outpost. This is an outpost. This is a knight in the outpost. It is a knight in our territory on the open file, protected by the pawn, cannot be chased away by any pawn of ours because our pawns cannot go backwards. This is a very significant point to claim the advantage for black. Luckily for now, this is only one weakness, and you know the rule in chess: to win, you need to have not one but two weaknesses. So for now, this is not enough to get a big advantage, but knight on d3 is a very, very annoying thing, and Alexander should be thinking of the ways how to get rid of them.
Yeah. And with the knight on d3, black still has some attacking chances against the white king. So Alexandra definitely needs to go queen to d5 now. But because her opponent has time pressure, she might want to avoid queen trade. And because she doesn't like playing without the queens, she might avoid it then as well. And in fact, she has avoided it. She went pawn to g4 instead. Which, to be fair, is quite an interesting move, Dina.
Yeah.
Especially considering that her opponent is low on time. Because she's trying to eliminate this defensive structure that black has built, the pawn protecting the knight. And yeah, no, I thought I was going to be very upset about this move, but actually, I kind of like it. Computer doesn't like it. It's not necessarily objectively a good move, but especially considering her opponent's time situation, I think it's fine, and it's giving her opponents some tricky decisions to make when he's already feeling the pressure on the clock. But I wanna actually move away from here, Dina.
Yeah.
Because I'm really excited about Andrea. Because when Andrea played this rook to f8, you said immediately queen to e8. And I said, well, queen to e8. I'm not sure I said it, but I definitely thought that if queen e8, I'm a bit concerned that the knight would come forward and start attacking. And Andrea solves this in a very nice fashion, I think. After the knight retreats, she goes bishop to d7, pointing towards the a4 square and the b5 square. Her opponent goes king h2, which I don't really know what he's doing. And now Andrea goes queen to e8. She's giving protection to her knight so that she's ready to go pawn to f5 next. And her opponent is very nervous about this pawn to f5 move. So he goes bishop to f3, which is actually quite an interesting idea, because now pawn to f5 takes and pawn takes back is not possible due to bishop takes knight for free on the edge of the board. And if Andrea tries to retreat her knight, well, then she has no more retreats afterwards. She needs a second retreat because now the knight is blocking her own pawn. That being said, I do like knight to f3, followed by king to h8, and knight to g8. This kind of thing, Dina, and then pawn to f5 afterwards. I think this would be very nice for her. But alternately, I'm kind of intrigued by something like pawn to f5 takes, and then pawn to e4. How do you feel about this, Dina?
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting line, and the bright side is that this is in Andrea's style. And again, we had this, as you said, in the round one. We discussed it. This is when Andrea needs to activate her bishop. Man, I'm so happy that we got a chance to discuss all those moments from that game, because it feels like here she is in the moment to show that she learned her lessons. User with the name Bishop Stars asked a very interesting question. Bishop d7 is good, but wasn't bishop a6 better? The answer is absolutely not. This is a very bad decision, would have been, because after b3, your bishop would be staring into the wall. Whereas here, after bishop d7, not only there is no way to restrict the bishop, but also bishop does a double job. Bishop does what any normal bishop should do: control both sides of the board. So he is here 10 times stronger. And yeah, that beautiful knight to e f8 and g f6 and g8 would be a super positional, super like thin maneuver, but this is not our girl. I mean, that would be
Well,
some
she
Andrea
did play
Karpov.
knight f6, Dina.
Andrea Karpov.
If she plays king h8 next, it would be a good maneuvering. So it's not a bad move.
Good maneuvering? Excuse me? You are calling this grandmaster level strategy thinking 10 ply a good maneuver? I think you're downgrading Andrea's positional understanding here.
Well, I will give her some compliments if she plays king h8 next. But until she does that, I wanna see where she's putting the knight before I let the compliments flow.
Okay. Well, listen, oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, that f5 e4 would have been really cool. And that would be with the style of her old Andrea. But I feel like Andrea might have considered it or not. Probably not, because she played fast and we take it. But this would be really Andrea's style. Remember, whenever you get captured or attacked, you don't capture back. Instead, you counterattack. This is Andrea's style. But yeah.
Apparently not, Dina. She didn't do it.
Because she learned, she grown up. She's now a mature player.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I do think Andrea just misunderstood the bishop takes knight kind of situations. It's very easy to not understand that if bishop takes knight and pawn takes back, even though you get the doubled pawns on the edge of the board, this is very favorable for black in terms of activating the pieces and having lots of stuff pointing in towards the white king. I do think her retreat is in some way based on not a subconscious decision to move away from the potential doubled pawns. Whereas in this situation, that would actually be okay for black because you get very nice light squared control.
Yeah, and in general, guys, letting the opponent trade the fianchetto bishop is a dream come true. Because by default, fianchetto bishop is already an important thing to protect the king. So there is that too. But okay, she knows that the bishop is now stupid because of all these pawns. And no, I'm happy here. I think we're good, Mr. Hammer. And about Alexandra's move, yeah, I wanted to comment. At first, my reaction was, what the hell is she doing? Because if you just don't calculate, but look at, like, optically, Alexandra has put the rook in front of the pawn and opened the file for the opponent so that opponent can attack this pawn. So by default, created a backwards pawn and also a passive rook. Two huge strategical mistakes. But if we calculate, that turns out to be a genius maneuver, because then Alexandra would be able to get rid of this super strong outpost knight, destroy the super strong pawn base, and also in a way threaten some attacks on the king. Because remember, in the end of the day, Alexandra did make the choice of castling long, and there is only one plan when you castle opposite sides, is to attack your opponent's king, unless the center is open, like here, by the way, and it's pretty complicated. But regardless, attacking the opponent's king, is always the right plan. But I think most importantly here, as Hammer said, I just want to highlight it, extremely great practical idea to confuse your opponent and make them get into their head, carry them, especially under the time pressure. Has the board been changed?
But Dina, I will say this. Sorry. if she wanted to do this g4 move, she could have gone rook d2 and then g4.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. All right. Well, Hammer, this is your responsibility. Can we please, and we've seen this in the game that Alexandra won, that she was kind of I guess it was against the guy. Yeah, it was the one that before she drew. When the rooks with the f6 mistakes and c6, when the rooks would be kept in front of the pawns, and I asked you, did you discuss not put the rooks in front of the pawns? And you said there were so many things to discuss, we didn't have time to cover it all. But I think this is the moment. This is a moment, just
But
like
Dina,
with
even the things we did discuss, she didn't listen to. So even if I had brought it up, why do you think it would make a difference?
All right, let's just put the responsibility on Chad. Chad, you've been here for the last 7 years, and I think you haven't spoken up. I think it's your responsibility now to let your favorite streamer understand that one does not put the rooks in front of the pawns. This is like putting your kids into the cage and never letting them see the sun. This is not the right way to raise kids. So just listen. She would not listen to me, neither would listen to Hammer. So now it is your responsibility. Full stop.
Can I make it someone else's responsibility? Can we have Benseiya do it?
No, it's like you think you should listen to Banzea? Even Andrea doesn't listen to Banzea. How do you expect Alexandra listening to Banzea?
Well, I think that we're finding a common pattern here, and I'm not sure the coach is at fault then.
All right. Vila? Maybe you? Actually, I think they listen to Vila.
I don't know. Do they listen to each other? No. Yeah, no, it's a tricky, very tricky getting through.
This is all comedy. The only point of this comedy, just a moment of truth. The only point of this whole comedy is for you guys watching this to understand, to learn, to get it. This is lesson. Don't put your rooks in front of pawns, okay? It's the most rewarded thing that one can do in chess. Don't do that. Put your rooks on open files and avoid by all means putting the rooks here. Like if you have a choice between rook f1 and rook d2, no grandmaster hand would ever move into the direction of the rook h1. Instead, rook d2 would be played automatically.
Andrea played h5, Dina. Very interesting move.
Ooh.
Not as cool as king to h8, but she is creating a square for the knight to move into.
Yeah.
And she is keeping the tension between the knights on the queen side, which I like. I think it would have been a mistake for Andrea to capture the white knight. She's happy to get this pawn structure because this pawn structure, here the pawns are working very nicely together and they're protecting each other and they're making it difficult for white to expand on the queen side. I'm kind of liking Andrea's position, but I'm concerned about the time management of, well, frankly, both players. Both players have less than 30, well, just over 30 minutes remaining, but they both have 23 more moves to make before move 40. Alexandra's opponent has gone rook to e8, Dina. And now computer prefers Alexandra again.
Now we're talking. I think it's due to tactic.
F4 is cool.
Oh, but how about we take on f5 and take on e4?
How about we go f4 and show off our grandmasterly skills?
Okay, f4.
Huh. Okay, computer hates that.
Yeah, that's the idea, that we get the knight. If you do en passant, but you don't do en passant. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. Taking space.
Well, basically, what I'm doing is that I'm concerned about the safety of this pawn because it has a lot of pressure on it from the black rook and the black knight. So by going pawn to f4, I'm making sure that the pawn is now protected by a different pawn, which is a good thing. And then if en passant, then I can take the knight. So I'm not scared about that. The problem with this pawn to f4 move is that it allows the opponent to capture on g4. And even though we have this nice trick where we make lots of trades in the center, they get our knight, we get their knight, it actually turns out that black is better here due to the immediate pressure they get towards the other pawn. Because now since I went forward with this one, there's no one left to defend the other one. And then, then that one becomes a problem. So this is another one of those critical situations. And Alexandra really needs to sit down and think here for a minute and try and figure out what's going on here. Because she has a lot of options. Pawn to f4, she has pawn takes on on f5, followed by knight takes in the center. Maybe she can even go f3 here, Dina.
Whoa.
And then if takes, she can. I don't know. But there's a lot of different things to consider.
Okay. We are experiencing exact thing that we saw already before. Which is Alexandra getting into her opponent's head.
Ooh, but Dina, look at this. The suggestion from the computer is to combine my two plans. So I said pawn to f4 is a cool strategic thing, but then it was a problem because of pawn takes pawn.
Okay.
But we can first capture the pawn and then go pawn to f4.
Nice.
This is brilliant. This is brilliant.
Beautifully played.
Now you don't have to be concerned about all of these black pieces pointing towards the pawn. That pawn was a massive problem, but pawn to f4 solves that. And now after you've solved that situation, now you have a hope of putting both your rooks pointing down towards the black king. And black cannot take en passant because then the knight will lose its protection, allowing you to capture immediately.
Man, I feel like Alexandra is outsmarting us all.
Well, this is a very clever thing to find. That is like grandmaster level. And you first have to see all the ideas, and then you have to execute it in the right move order. In other news, Alexandra is not going to be guaranteed her victory in this tournament, even if she wins here. Because one of the people chasing her, 1 point behind, is Alessia from Poland, and she has destroyed her opponent, Rudy from Belgium, a higher rated opponent, but Alessia just took him down, which means Alessia is now on the same amount of points as Alexandra, and the two of them will likely face each other in the final round. So even if Alexandra wins now, if she then plays Alessia in the final round and loses, her and Alessia will be on the same amount of points. And then it's unclear who wins and it would depend on the tiebreak scoring system. Alessia will be final boss. Maybe. It depends on how Alexandra does here. Alexandra needs to avoid a loss here, and then she will play for the tournament win in the final round.
And for the record, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just answering a question in chat from Citizen. What is the prize for first place? First place is 1,500 euros, which is quite a high price for a European tournament in the B group.
And even for a European tournament, full stop, for an open tournament, it is quite a high price. It's like a monthly salary, basically. Like an average monthly salary. And you can get it in 9 days. What Hammer?
I mean, that might be your part of Europe, not mine.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I can guarantee you that Italy, in average salary, is gonna be this exact amount of cash.
You think the average monthly salary in Italy is 1,500 euros?
Oh yeah, I mean, when you deduct all the taxes, for sure.
You think chess players are not supposed to pay taxes?
Many don't, but not that we want to get into this discussion. But Italy is a poor country, objectively, in Europe, especially like, I mean, Nordic countries are like better in this regard. But okay. I feel like we're getting into I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Listen, I think what the truth to be told, Alexandra, changing the topic. Alexandra is winning 47 points so far in Sardinia, only after 7
Dina
rounds.
Not paying taxes confirmed, says chat. Wow. Changing the topic. Yes, changing the topic. I just want to say that I have proudly paid my taxes for many years now. And it does kind of annoy you when you are paying your taxes and you know that a lot of chess players are not. It really is a thing. A lot of chess players are doing tax evasion. So everyone, let's be better.
Let me put it this way. I have worked with many grandmasters, European grandmasters, who've been my coaches, and they have all asked me to either give payment in cash or send it once in total, or send it by PayPal and not by bank transfer, or this or that, or this or that. So
okay, here we have the annual wages in euros for Italy. And 30 divided by 12. Is this after tax, Vila?
wait, Vila is supporting the discussion? What?
Yeah, he's providing a factual context.
I'm not being fired?
Vila loves facts. That's before tax? Wow. So Dina was right?
Of course Dina was right. Man, wake up, Susie.
Italians really need to start making more money.
I mean, Italy is one of the poorest countries in Europe. I mean,
Really?
maybe Greece is poorer, but it's all same.
Wow. That's actually crazy. Okay, Alexandra has played G takes F5. Okay, yeah, no, I will admit I am from Norway. I am somewhat spoiled, and my understanding of reality may not reflect the actual reality of the world.
Dina has forgotten Eastern Europe. All right, let's speak about Southern Europe. Western Europe. Let's say, okay, I am pretty sure Eastern Europe, it's like if you take countries like Poland or Czech Republic or yeah. I think all Eastern Europe is kind of Italy, Greece, Eastern Europe. It's all down the hill. Definitely. I mean, I don't think Hammer, you are spoiled. I think you should be proud I think Scandinavians, Nordics are doing good job in overall in general.
Yeah, and Chad is making a good point that it's not just about your income, it's also about your expenses.
Yeah,
And
of
I will
course.
say that Norway is somewhat more expensive than Italy.
Oh yeah, so you get like the huge amount of pizza, like for what, $7 in Italy, like $10. So
Yeah, in Norway a pizza is $27, but
I lived in
I don't know
France.
why that is.
Yeah, I've lived in France, and it's like really like prosperous country, one of the most prosperous. But there is a huge difference between Paris and like Provence, right? So in Provence, somewhere you gotta, it's not gonna be much different from Italy, but yeah. Truth to be told, it doesn't matter how much is the price for the first spot. What is important is that Alexandra claiming who is the boss, winning the tournament's first official tournament victory. This would be a dream come true. And do we have on the board F takes, G takes F5, and Rook takes F5?
Yeah. And now
Amazing.
computer wants pawn to F3, but pawn to F4 should also be okay. But computer likes pawn to F3, attacking in towards the center, and then if the knight tries to counterattack in some strange fashion, then the computer wants to go F4, and this is confusing the heck out of me. But in general, I think what we can conclude is that the computer would like to get this pawn to F4 if possible. And the thing is, Dina, Alexandra is she kind of has to push the pawn. Because right now, since Molinari took with the rook, he's attacking the pawn on F2. So the pawn has to move. So by playing rook takes F7, F5, he's basically guaranteeing himself that Alexandra plays one of the two good moves, which is just pushing this pawn, either one step or two steps.
She would be forced to do so. And fun fact, Hammer, if Alexandra wants to force a draw, she can already take on the e4, and after takes on d3, she's up a pawn in the rook endgame. Okay, the opponent would try to get it back, but worst comes to worst, Alexandra would make a draw here,
Okay, I this is as far away from a draw that is possible, Dina. Come on.
Okay.
No, I mean this is super tricky. Where's the king gonna go? If the king moves up, then we take the pawn, you take this pawn. Now black has a pawn with a clear path to becoming a new queen. White can capture another pawn on the far side. But then after the trade, now this guy has a clear path. There's also a clear path here. We race. Both players get new queens, but the black queen gets a checkmate on the white king.
All right, I think everybody needs to slow down.
This is as far away from a draw that is possible. This is super tricky.
Everyone needs to slow down, Hammer. Hasn't your mama told you that all rook endgames are drawish?
I mean, but it's not common for all rook endgames to have two separate paths of pawns advancing towards becoming a new queen.
Well, isn't that amazing for Alexandra? She's the one who's never happy with a draw. She's the one who always wants to go for the fight. As Alexandra said yesterday, you can take a lion out of the jungle, but you cannot take the jungle out of the lion.
And you make a reasonable argument there. But I guess what we're learning from this is that Alexandra is not guaranteed to play one of these good pawn moves because she's going to be tempted to going into the endgame with an extra pawn.
I actually disagree. I think Alexandra would not get tempted to go into the endgame because she would think it's boring and it's going to be a draw, and instead she's going to be tempted to go for the checkmate on g7. But this is us trying to speculate and getting into Alexandra's head and judging by her style. I mean, I would be super happy because here, Hammer, the margin, the safety margin is so high. There are so many ways White can force draws here. Honestly, White doesn't have to do anything bad. Like, you go back, I continue to, like, I literally, first of all, can... Okay,
Dina, we have to talk about Andrea's game. There's
Okay.
big stuff happening in Andrea's game.
Bring
Can you just go to the current position for Alexandra?
Oh, yeah.
Because in Andrea's game, her opponent, number one, he made the trade between the knights on the queen side, which allowed Andrea to reinforce her pawn structure. And after bishop steps back, now Andrea took the opportunity to put pressure on this newly opened b file with her rook. Her opponent moved the queen up to protect the pawn, and now after rook to b4, a very dubious decision was made by Nicholas to go pawn to a3. And here Andrea has gone rook to b3, but she had a huge opportunity to actually capture the pawn in the center. Yes, then her rook would be trapped, but even if the rook is trapped, computers still like this on her behalf because she can sacrifice the rook, get the bishop in return, and then when the knight retreats, she can also take another pawn in the center of the board, supported by her queen. And if the queen captures on the side of the board, now she can start an attack in towards this this white king. It was a really difficult thing to realize that variation was good for black, but it's really fun to see that some opportunities are presenting themselves also on Andrea's behalf. And even the move she played, rook to b3, this move is also quite good because now she's threatening to get the other rook over to that side of the board, and the pawn on b2 is struggling now to be protected by another pawn, and that will be a long-term weakness for Andrea to go after.
So just to get
and
it
Alexandra
straight.
goes f4, so things are happening now on both boards.
Oh yeah, well, someone was right. Listen, Hammer, just to get it straight before we jump to Alexandra, you were expecting Andrea Botez to sacrifice her rook against the pawn and the bishop just for the sake of this huge center, which is a huge long-term advantage. You do realize that it is a 2600 level decision, don't you?
I might be higher than that even, Dina. I just saw the computer recommended it, and then as I was playing through it, I kind of realized as I was talking that this is a bit too much to expect. But I thought either way, it's a cool idea to show. And now Andrea's opponent, I think he only has one acceptable move, right? If he doesn't go pawn to a4 now, like, this is a disaster for him. If Andrea is allowed to play pawn to a4 next, she'll solidify the position of her rook, and then the other rook will come in and put pressure. Like, Andrea has a very easy to play position right now. And as a fact, Andrea's also made a couple of quick decisions in a row, and she now has a 13-minute time advantage.
13-minute time advantage for Andrea Botez. Man, what is going on? And 30-minute time advantage for Alexandra, and her opponent played b5. The race continues.
Yeah, so I guess we're expecting rook to g1 now from Alexandra, putting pressure down that g file. And when black retreats with their rook, Alexandra can go rook to g5 and get ready to get another rook pointing down towards that black king. And it's important to choose this g5 square because now if rook to d7 trying to chase the queen away, then Alexandra can go knight to d5 because she has the protection from the rook. And if black tries to chase the rook away, then Alexandra gets a nice triple fork on the king and on the two rooks. And this knight cannot be captured because of the rook pointing down on the king. This feels like an Alexandra Botez kind of position, Dina. Right now, I am cautiously optimistic about 2 wins. Both girls with big time advantages, both girls with the easier position to play. Andrea's opponent just went rook to b1, and now Andrea can go pawn to a4, which I really like. The only concern I have is that her opponent is going to use the bishop to go after her rook, but then something like queen to c8 would counterattack towards the h3 pawn, Dina. And then even if the bishop comes to attack the rook, then the bishop can attack the white rook. And when the white rook moves away, we can even sacrifice our rook against the knight, and then we're able to capture the pawn, and then we're able to put more pressure down the diagonal towards these white pieces. There's a lot of very interesting sacrifices happening for Andrea right now, and we know how Andrea loves to sacrifice. So I'm feeling good about the current situations.
Man, would we see another rook sacrifice or not? A4 would be such a classy positional move, breaking down the pawn structure, blockading the b pawn, creating a backwards pawn, even though it is already fixing the backwards pawn. Now that I remember, backwards pawn has to be fixed. Hey, Hammer, what's a backward pawn for you?
What do you mean? There's like a definition.
Okay, what would be your definition for a backwards pawn? Andrea made a
A
move.
pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns because it's lagging behind its buddies, not because there are no pawns on adjacent files.
That's all right. There is nothing else.
It's a bit difficult to define, but I think that's the gist of it.
We'll see, Hammer. I said the same thing. And then I got schooled.
And it's unable to advance. It's unable to advance to a square where it can be protected. But it doesn't necessarily have to be unable to advance. For instance, if white had played a4 here, this pawn would still be a backward pawn, even if it had the ability to advance, because even if it advances, it still is not protected by pawns on the side of the board.
That's a good one. And what about, like, in this? Is now pawn on b2 a backwards pawn?
Yeah.
Even though the pawn is on a5 and not on a4?
Yeah.
Well, see, that's what I thought. And truth to be told, apparently it's wrong. Apparently the backwards pawn is only when it's pawn on a4. But okay,
no.
don't. Okay, great. I'm just happy. This is actually was for my personal bet with a friend of mine.
Okay.
We're good. I won the bet because you just proved my point, but that's okay.
I'm not sure your friend is gonna accept my reasoning, but oh my god, Dina, she goes for the endgame.
Wait.
Okay,
Why are you
I'm a bit disappointed because the computer says it's equal in the endgame, and I was hoping Alexandra would win now because for once, I'm not gonna say this many times, chat, but for once I was kind of hoping Alexandra wouldn't trade queens because the position without trading queens was just as good but easier to play and putting more pressure on the opponent.
I see. With a time
so
pressure.
and I feel like if Alexandra we thought she never likes to trade queens, and now out of nowhere she's trading queens. It's just
But isn't she
it's
trying
just
to be solid for the leadership?
maybe I'm not sure she knows what solid is though, or maybe she missed knight takes b2.
He's thinking.
Yeah, we're looking at this kind of endgame, but here black has a much better position. I don't understand what she had the opportunity to trade, like she had the opportunity to increase her attack, and instead she's trading into a miserable endgame. Like here, I think black is much better. You don't think so? Okay, maybe not much, but black is definitely better, right? Because we're having to defend a lot of stuff. Maybe she's fine. Maybe she's fine. She'll just try and activate this rook.
I think she's not risking.
No,
anything.
she's definitely fine. She's definitely fine. It's just me being a bit nervous.
Yeah.
And also he can still make mistakes because he's only got 7 minutes. How's he looking? He's not looking very nervous, but at the same time, he's not looking like he's not looking kind of stressed enough for a guy with only 7 minutes remaining.
Why did not Andrea play a4?
Because she played something else. But now she's gonna play a4 because now the kid is attacking her pawn. The kid is kind of forcing her into playing the good move. So we're fine about that.
I like how he said because she played something else. Nice one. You also liked it, chat. Go.
That says that NASA is losing focus a bit. He leaves the board now, having only 13 minutes remaining. In those 13 minutes, he needs to make 17 moves. And right now, he is under pressure because Andrea has long-term ideas of getting lots of pressure with her pieces down this B file. Andrea can go a4 now, and then she'll follow up with a queen, and then she'll come over with a rook as well. Andrea has a very nice position.
Man, I'm so proud of Andrea right now. And in the meantime, Alexandra's opponent took on e4, and after knight takes e4, unfortunately for us, he pauses. That means that he sees knight b2 as an option.
Yeah, so if he doesn't, Alexandra wins. In case of rook takes. Here, Alexandra is probably going to win because she has an extra pawn compared to her opponent. For some reason, computer's saying equal still, but this doesn't look equal to me. But instead, he's going to take this opportunity since he's losing the knight anyway. He says, I might as well take a pawn with me to the death. And so knight takes b2 has been played. Alexandra then needs to recapture. Black will capture the knight on e4. And then Alexandra will go rook to d3 to defend the pawn, and then the other rook will be activated up the c file. And what's good here for Alexandra is that she will be controlling the two open files through the center of the board. So I'm kind of liking this.
And Andrea did play a4, which makes me super proud. Her opponent responded right away, knight to c1, attacking the rook. Hammer, is this a moment to neglect that attack or not?
No, I think if we're going to sacrifice the rook, we need to win at least one of the central pawns. And here we have no such option, so we should probably just move the rook back. And then the question becomes, how far back are we going to go? I would go to b6, because I feel like there is potential here of getting a tripling. So I want to keep these two bottom squares open because I want to look at the opportunity of getting my queen over and then get my rook over as well and put pressure down towards that b2 pawn.
Right. But what about the B push? Are we not concerned about that? If he plays b3 or b4. So you gotta go, especially if you put the rook on b6, it means that you expect en passant as a must.
Yeah, so if b4, we're going to take en passant. And my reasoning for not being concerned about this is that now we should have an opportunity to put some pressure against the A pawn, which is poorly defended. And then maybe we can even bring the queen in to attack the c4 pawn as well. So just putting a lot of pressure on white's queen side. We'll bring the rook over next. Very easy play with our pieces pointing down towards...
I like Andrea's position a lot.
Andrea did go rook b6. Her opponent playing quickly, knight to d3. So knight to d3 is controlling the f4 square and controlling the e5 square. So there's a reasonable possibility that he's looking at moves like pawn to f4 now, which makes me think maybe we should not move the queen away because we want to have the queen. We want to have the queen pointing towards the e4 pawn because this discourages white from going pawn to f4, since then we can capture and the queen and knight works together towards the e4 pawn. Andrea goes c6, and that was the computer's top choice. That is a fantastic move from Andrea. It actually goes against my instincts because I kind of liked having all of these pawns protecting each other up the board. But Andrea is entirely correct in making the deduction that a trade between the pawns in the center would open up more areas for her bishop to attack. c6 is a fantastic move from Andrea, and she played it in less than a minute.
Oh
So
my lens.
Right now it's looking...
Yeah, is this a stockfish Drea?
It's definitely a very good move.
Man, that was the first line. And she did it. Oh God. I'm so impressed.
And she would also have the opportunity to bring her queen in the center to attack the pawn. Lots of different options to gain more access in towards the white pawns. Really, really good move by Andrea. And in fact,
yeah,
I would expect her opponent to try and change the momentum in the game by going knight takes c5.
To what? Oh boy. What's going on? Sacrificing. Sacrificing 2 pieces for the rook and 2 pawns.
But it doesn't really seem to bring white anything.
No, absolutely not.
This pawn on b2 is blocking this rook's access into the game. The white pawns are unable to advance because black has such good control of the dark squares. So now that I'm thinking about it, no, this doesn't make sense. That would be very advantageous for Andrea. But then what do you do with this whole pressure with the pawns in the middle situation? Either you have to take, but then you allow Andrea to get the pressure in towards the center. You can't... Oh my God. Alexandra blundered.
What?
Knight to d6. She's moved her knight, attacking both the rooks, but she's allowing the black knight to capture the white rook. Why would we do this? She's going to take the knight on f5, and then she's... Oh, it's a trap. It's a trap. Okay, so out of nowhere, she goes unnecessarily for the queen trade. And then after the queen trade happens, then she's upset that it's a boring position, and then she goes doing craziness. If you wanted craziness, you could have done craziness instead of giving away going for the queen trade.
Could that be so that she blundered b2 and got disappointed? Because truth to be told, if you want a solid and simple game, you go to the rook endgame. If you want to spice it up and have fun and risk,
Well, she's not having fun here, Dina. Like,
you're going to the knight endgame.
She's gonna lose now. She's gonna go rook to. She's gonna. The knight is attacking both the king and the pawn here. So she's gonna keep her king close to her pawn. But then she's unable to defend the pawn on e3.
No, I
Alexandra
think
is losing a pawn by force now.
she wanted to spice it up. Maybe, wait, Hammer, maybe there is a chance. Maybe we can hold it.
Yeah, no, she's just losing a pawn now.
Wait, how?
What do you mean, how?
I think I'm holding.
So this is the current position on the board. The knight has given a check on the king and is also threatening the pawn on the side of the board.
I'm gonna go king to b2.
Yeah, and then I go knight to
d5, and I'm gonna go rook to f3.
I go g6, trying to chase the knight away from the defense.
Check, and next king g7, king to g4. I protect, and if you attack h5, then I'm gonna go knight to e4 or e5.
Yeah, but I understand that you're going knight to e5. So I go rook to e4, and then I go h5.
Are we seeing one of those moments where Alexandra is unsatisfied with the draw and does what she did yesterday and promised she would not
No,
do
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think she went for the queen trade because she thought she won a pawn, and she hadn't seen this knight takes b2 move. And then when knight takes b2 happened, she just panicked. But she never really had a clear path to a draw.
No, but come on. Yeah, this like you cannot everybody.
No, it's probably a draw. But it feels like black if anyone is better.
I think it's zero risk position. I mean, I would disagree because my king is closer. If I bring the king to d2, or rook to c, I disagree. I mean, my disagreement is in terms like it's as the safest position that she could ever get in after she castled long.
Oh, she played king c2, Dina. Oh my god. Okay, maybe there's hope. In this variation, I was going king b2 because I thought she was going to want to protect the pawn on a2, but she realized the importance of moving her king towards the pawn in the center of the board. No. Oh, I'm so dumb, Dina. After knight takes a2, we're trapping the knight.
Oh!
I didn't even realize that.
Alexandra has studied Hogwarts book of tricks the whole night, confirmed, and king c2 is so much stronger. It's so frustrating.
The pawn is still in big trouble, Dina.
It's so frustrating that we have to see Alexandra throwing and then finding the best stockfish moves over and over again in order to fight for a draw.
But here she is losing the pawn.
Whoa. Hold on. We have the same idea.
Same idea. Great. Okay, but then she's okay, right?
Yeah, this is okay. I think Alexandra, if she wakes up, Susie, and realizes that she needs to be extremely careful and use her time, she will not lose this.
Okay, so right now, Alexandra is fighting for a draw. She made a mistake going for the queen trade. There was a variation she hadn't seen, and she kind of panicked in response to it. Now she's fighting for a draw because the pawn on e3 is vulnerable. It may be attacked by both the black knight and the black rook. The knight is defending, but the knight can also get kicked out. So we don't feel safe about what's going on. However, we need to move to Andrea's game because Andrea is destroying this kid right now, Dina. He went pawn to f4, trying to put pressure in towards Andrea's center. Andrea just took the pawn in the middle, and when Nicholas captures on e5, instead of recapturing, Andrea is now capturing the pawn on e4 instead, and everything is hanging, but computer says Andrea is completely winning. In addition, she has a 20-minute time advantage. And I'm not even sure what the current pawn situation is, but I think Andrea has one pawn more than her opponent. And then the question is she going to be able to deal with this tension between the white pawns and the black pawns moving forward? Queen to a5 has been played, but now Andrea can just go after the pieces on the third rank. Rook to b3 is an obvious move, and it's winning for Andrea. And if Andrea wins this game, she will be back over 1900 rating, a big milestone for Andrea here if she can get the win, and then she would only be one game away from getting 1900 on a published official rating list. So I'm sorry, Alexandra, but Andrea is deserving of our attention right now.
Man, you said back to 1900. Little do you know that would be the first time in the history that Andrea Botez would be crossing 1900 on FIDE. I do not need to remind you that only a year ago she was 1700 FIDE. That would be such a huge milestone for Andrea. And truth to
And
be
she
told,
plays it. She played it.
Oh my God. Of course she plays it. Of course she plays it. Andrea Botez has been playing this game fantastically. I cannot believe my eyes, and I'm not exaggerating. I've never seen her play such a perfect harmony, strong game. She did not do any weird moves at all the moves were connected to each other. All the moves were making so much sense. She has played a fantastically strong chess. I've said it many times and I say it again, this girl has a potential.
Calling
my friend Vladimir Borisovich.
I kind of want to correct. I know it's bad form for commentators to correct each other, Dina, but at the same time you kind of corrected me. So I want to strike back.
Please do.
Andrea was over 1900 before she played against Alexandra.
Oh, well, okay.
But that was like in the middle of the tournament, but this is more like towards the end.
You mean it was after round 2, right? After round 2 she was. Well, round 2, good luck, man, judging after round 2. This would be after round 8.
It doesn't really matter what your rating is during the tournament. What matters is at the end.
Yeah.
And now we're 2 rounds away from the end, and Andrea is looking focused because she knows she's very close to cashing in on these threats towards the white pieces.
Speaking of cashing in, ladies and gentlemen, this is one before last day for you to claim $20,000 in giveaway, $1,000 each day. But if one of the sisters win, we get $2,500 for today. Use the command Coinbase and the command Raffle to participate in the giveaway, in the daily giveaway. Fill in the Google Doc form. Use the email address that you already have affiliated with your Coinbase account. If you are creating your Coinbase account right now, you can already get your $20 off by using the code Botez20 for your first BTC trade bonus. Coinbase has been our major sponsor for many events, but this time, first time in history, we have such a massive giveaway for the Chess IRL tournaments, and we're so thankful to that. Coinbase is your best way to stock and trade crypto. And what an exciting moment for Andrea. I am so happy and so proud, and I cannot hide the emotions. 15,000 people watching us live on Twitch, and let's not forget the YouTube. Over 6,000 people are here. We are delighted to see all that. And the only worry we have right now is for Alexandra. But things have smoothed down here, haven't they?
Yeah, in Alexandra's game, her opponent did not increase the pressure on the pawn we were concerned about. So Alexandra is not losing a pawn, and if anything, now she has a better position in the endgame. Alexandra is the one to have the knight in the center of the board. The knight is protected by a pawn, so that is a nice solid knight. Alexandra also benefits from having her king in the middle of the board, whereas her opponent has the king more towards the side. I think this is quite a nice position for Alexandra, and she can now push for the win. Her opponent has 2.5 minutes remaining, and he still has to make another 10 moves before he gets additional time. And,
what are you talking about? What boards? You are supposed to understand everything. Everything blindfolded. This is a
I
Russian
specifically
school of
didn't
chess.
use anything that needed to watch the boards, Dina. Come on.
This is a Russian school of chess. You need to know what's going on. Without the board, you need to understand it there. It should be there. You don't need a board for that.
It was not an unreasonable expectation, Dina, that Vila was gonna stop napping at some point there. But
give the man a break. The producer has to wake up at 4 a.m. Pacific to do this for you. Can't you do a little bit of effort and enjoy the moment of not seeing Hammer and Dina for extra 1 minute?
But yeah, rook to c1 on the board now for Alexandra. Alexandra has an advantage now in the endgame. And her opponent may make a mistake in the next 10 moves, as he is very, very low on time. Speaking about low on time, Nasa is now officially under 1 minute remaining as he tries to figure out how to deal with the pressure in towards the white knight and the white bishop. The reality is he doesn't really have any opportunities here to save this. Best attempt would be rook to d1, offering the knight some extra protection. And here I would like to see Andrea go goblin mode. Knight takes g3, and rook to d1 has been played. And if Andrea now plays knight takes g3, she will not only win, she will win in style. The idea is that after king takes, the king in also is included in this row of white pieces in a troublesome situation. And after that, Andrea can go pawn takes on c4, threatening the knight. The knight cannot move because then you lose the bishop. And at the end of all of these complications, black is going to be up by 1 pawn, 2 pawn, 3 pawns. 3 pawns up. And white is losing this one. So this would be 4 pawns up for Andrea, and that would decide the game in her favor. Lots of other moves also win, but knight takes g3 is the most stylish, and it is the most Andrea.
Well, just for a second, can we all take a moment of appreciation? What we're seeing right now, both Alex and Andrea are over 20 minutes on the clock, whereas their opponents are under 1 minute. Am I dreaming? Can someone wake me up? Still dreaming?
Sometimes you stop your sentences at a moment. I just feel it's very unnatural to stop. And then I'm like, I'm not sure, am I supposed to say something now? Or is she going to continue? Or could she at the very least give me like an easier kind of way to jump into it?
I love this. I love those awkward silence moments. I think they
And I'm happy to provide, Dina. I'm happy
No,
to provide.
I feel like sometimes whenever you make a joke, it's cool to stop and see if there is a reaction, and that makes the joke even more funny. And at the same time, not only Andrea is destroying, but also Alexandra's opponent is giving the advantage more and more to Alexandra. His last move has been B4. And Hammer said it already, but I really want to highlight a king is the most important piece, the strongest piece in the end game. If you have a king in the center in the end game, you are winning. So Alexandra's gonna win this game and claim a victory. The tournament. How many
But-
moves does he need
Yeah,
to do?
no,
more?
he still has another 9 moves. But the problem here is that there's nothing Alexandra can do to protect her pawn on the edge of the board. So I think the best thing for Alexandra to do is go rook to c6 and then allow the knight to come in with a double attack. But then even though the knight gets to capture on a2, we get to capture on a6. And then we still make the argument that we're better because we have the better centralized pieces, something like knight to e6 here, and we try and push the pawn up in the center of the board. Objectively, the position is equal. I became a bit optimistic since Alexandra looked like she was going to be able to activate her rook, but it turns out that the black knight is able to create enough trouble for black to be completely fine. And it's still a 3-result game. Either player could easily blunder here, but a draw seems very likely at this point.
Truth to be told, the most dangerous situation is the knight endgame, because knight jump and you can always blunder. Rook to c2 has played. Alexandra is trying to keep the maximum number of the pawns on the board, and you know what that means? That means that she's playing for a win, or at least she's trying to keep it complicated, having a time advantage, which is very, very, very smart.
Yeah, I like this strategy from Alexandra, but it does look like there could be a repetition of moves now. So if black plays correctly, the combination of the pressure against the pawns, together with the combination of the rook trying to get into white's position, this would force Alexandra into going for a draw. But a draw is a fine result. We're not unhappy with a draw. Ooh, and I guess Dina, Alexandra could go king f3 here. King f3 is a nice move, Dina, because then if knight to d5, then Alexandra can just push her pawn forward. Alexandra does play king f3.
Nice. Ooh, I like
and now
that.
she's threatening knight to c6 and going after this pawn.
And she goes.
And Andrea goes knight takes g3. Oh my god, Andrea Botez. Kids. Gary, what are you talking about? She's taking this kid to school. King's Indian School. What a play from Andrea.
I am speechless. Oh my god. Andrea just played a grandmaster level game. Completely outplayed her opponent, both positionally and tactically, on both sides of the board. First, she tried to create a plan on king side, but then she opened up on the queen side and she capitalized in the center. Oh my god. This time, I can tell you my student became the master.
And in the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has blundered the pawn. Alexandra can now go knight to c6, and it's impossible for black to give the pawn on b4 defensive help.
What is going on?
Or actually, maybe she wants to go a3 first. She can attack the pawn, and then make the trade and then go attack. Okay, it's not clear how Alexandra should execute this, but she's about to win a pawn.
Knight to c6, a5, knight takes a5.
But in the meantime, Andrea has made a mistake.
What?
After king takes on g3, Andrea did not capture the pawn on c4 to go after these two pieces along the third rank. Instead, she played bishop takes e5, check on the king, but now the king can defend the bishop. Is this a problem? Pawn takes, attacks the knight, but now the knight can trade for the black bishop. After queen takes back, though, even though Andrea's down a bishop, which I do feel was a bit unnecessary, but computer says that she's still completely winning in this situation. But it was not the most accurate way of getting the win without any further complications.
I'm just looking at this position and thinking, how is she gonna, like, why is computer so excite me about it?
I don't know, rook e1 maybe?
Oh
This doesn't...
boy!
No, but Dina, we can just go back. Why make it tricky? We can give a check here.
I think it's a mate.
Oh, good God, Dina. Rook f3? Really? You couldn't find an easier way to win than that?
Okay, I think let's go for an easier one.
She has a bit of an attack, I think is fair to say. She also has 4 pawns and trade for that bishop. So if the attack doesn't work, it's looking good for Andrea. But she could have won without sacrificing the bishop as well.
No, I think honestly, Hammer, I think you're right, because I managed to figure it out with the engine. I think if I were here in Andrea's shoes on the board, I would be freaking out.
Okay, but let's stick with the current situation, Dina.
Yeah, we take. Knight takes. Queen takes.
Yeah, that is not what happened, Dina.
Sorry. King takes.
King takes. Bishop comes in, check on the king. King retreats. Pawn takes pawn, attacks the knight. But knight takes bishop. Queen comes up, attack on the white bishop. This white bishop is defended by the rook. And now Andrea needs to find something clever to win this.
So she has rook takes b2. She has rook to e2. She has h4. She would never do that. She might have queen h2. But queen...
Yeah, let's go with rook takes b2, I think.
Okay, king to h2. Oh my god.
Surely this is never happening. He's going to go rook d2.
Okay. Yeah, and here c3 is a devastation, but man.
Yeah, okay, but now you're not attacking anymore. Now you're trying to win this game through getting a new queen.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, if Andrea figures this out, I would officially claim her a grandmaster, at least in this game. I think
so our only concern is that what Andrea has done is just as good as the alternatives according to the computer. But the problem is that now Andrea, since she has a bishop less than the opponent, one mistake is more devastating than it would have been in the other variations. In the other variations I looked at, Andrea would have been up by 3 pawns, not having had to sacrifice her bishop. But the direction she chose to go in, sacrifice the bishop, computer said, oh, great. But computer is also a very, very accurate attacker. And the question then remains whether Andrea is able to execute the attack as accurately as the computer would.
I think Hammer, she's going to play rook e8. It's a safe move, attacking the bishop. And once bishop removes, then let's say bishop to here, she would have plenty of checks, and that is way too juicy.
Yeah, no, this is winning very easily. And here you can bring the rook check, and then bring the bishop check, and this is
Oh god.
checkmate.
Wow.
And that's fairly straightforward. Alexandra has chosen to go for this a3 move. Makes sense to me. Oh no, but it's a blunder. No, it's a blunder. Pawn to a3. Now her opponent, Alexandra, has calculated knight to d5, which can be met by pawn to e4, counterattacking the knight. But here, knight to d1 is the rescue for black. Because then you're attacking this pawn in such a way that when the pawn moves forward, then black is able to capture the white pawn on the edge of the board. But he doesn't find it. He doesn't find it. Knight to d5 has been played, and now Alexandra can go e4, and now Alexandra will win the pawn. No, she's not winning a pawn. She's not winning a pawn, because after e4, her opponent can go knight to c3, again attacking the pawn. Ooh, but Alexandra can then go e5. E5, Dina.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Alexandra is winning a pawn here.
But the only move a5 protecting the pawn. And then the take. Take.
Andrea's opponent made a big blunder playing king g1. So now Andrea's going to win very easily with queen to g3.
So Andrea did play rook b2. And her opponent played king b1 instead of king f1 or rook d2. And now we, after queen to g3.
Udina, he played knight to f6 instead to attack the pawn.
Beautiful.
And now computer says just push the pawn and you're winning. Push the pawn, but then the knight comes back to protect. But then the rook can attack. And then the rook can defend. But then the knight can attack and attacks both the rook and the pawn. Alexandra is about to win a pawn.
But then the rook can go away.
But then we just take the pawn. Alexandra is about to win a pawn with a dominating position because all of her pieces are also better centralized than her opponents. We could get a double win here, Dina.
Oh boy, that would be truly phenomenal.
Chat asking, how many moves does Molinari have left? He still needs to make another 5 moves. And he's down to less than a minute on the clock. He does get an additional 30 seconds per move that he makes. But he already blundered because of his time trouble. And he's likely to make further mistakes.
Andrea is thinking, but queen to g3 is such an easy move.
Someone in chat asks, why doesn't Molinari just take the pawn? Because then he loses his knight. That's why it's very important that Alexandra now, every time she moves her pawn, she needs to be attacking the knight. So that he always has to play moves with attacks on the opponent's pieces. I mean, 100% Alexandra is going to go e5, right, Dina?
Yes. It's a good
and 100%. Yeah, Andrea
thinking.
just went queen g3. Queen g3 has been played in this second. And now the attack in towards the white king. There's no defense for white, sorry. He tries to defend, moving the bishop in between. But now Andrea can capture the pawn on h3, increasing this pressure. And then after the rook comes to defend, Andrea can move her queen back and attack both the rooks at the same time. But then the rooks can defend.
Yeah, it's not that clear. Hammer, I got it! Bishop to c6 instead. And after rook e2, bishop to f3. Oh, this.
I don't know, Dina. Computer doesn't like that. Because then there's the counterattack against the queen and against the rook.
All right, chat, it's too early to count ships.
Okay. Bishop takes on h3 has been played.
Yes, that's way better than what her coach suggested.
That is.
Oh my god, how
literally
many
what I
pawns does
suggested.
Andrea have for a piece?
6.
Better not count. So it's like Andrea is like officially a piece up, right?
But I'd still
Mathematically.
prefer the checkmate happen.
Right.
And her rook on b2 is undefended, and now her opponent has some nasty intentions. What about rook to e8, Dina?
Nasty. Nasty hammer. Okay, here Andrea needs to be careful.
But then rook to f2, it doesn't make sense.
Last moment for Andrea to be careful, okay? This is so nasty. This is so nasty.
Yeah, Andrea still needs to find 1 or 2 good moves.
Yeah.
But actually, Dina, I just realized. Pawn to c3, queen takes, and I thought this doesn't work because of bishop takes bishop. But then Andrea has rook to e3 in the end, attacking both the bishops. And then Andrea will have a rook and 5 pawns against the bishop.
All right, Hammer, but what about bishop e1 once again?
Well, but now we're protecting the rook at least.
Okay.
So now we go, I don't know, queen g4,
Anywhere,
and
yeah.
we have this pressure, and our rook is protected.
Yeah. Man, this is exciting me. Any news, any updates on Alexandra?
She's still thinking.
Ooh. Okay, I'm happy that
But both
Andrea
the
is
girls
thinking.
have plenty of time. Yeah, they have plenty of time.
They have the same time. This is crazy. They both have like 12 minutes, and their both opponents have 1 minute, and they're both in a very advantageous situations. And thank you, Chess24, for the huge raid. Welcome, Chess24. How you guys are doing? We're having a very critical moment of the tournament right now. Alexandra is dominating, leading. And if she wins this game, she's almost guaranteeing herself a first place. Almost.
She's currently 1 point ahead of the field. And if she wins this, she'll be 1 point ahead with 1 game remaining. Alexandra does not play e5, Dina. Instead, she's going for the trade of rooks.
Oh, I know what she wants. Rook e7, rook takes c7, king takes c7, knight c6, double attack, king moves, and knight takes b4, winning pawn up, knight endgame.
But computer says this is a mistake because she now leaves the protection of the second rank. Now, if her opponent goes king back, pawn forward, now pawn takes on a3 would be a saving resource because for some reason this is a draw. Now that the black rook can come and help out, try and help the pawn become a new queen. However, her opponent goes king to g8, and now this idea doesn't work anymore. If he now tries to sacrifice with pawn takes, then Alexandra will take the knight and have a threat against the king and rook. So that's why after pawn to a5, her opponent goes knight d5, and then inexplicably, she doesn't attack the knight. Why are we not attacking the knight? Alexandra goes rook to a7. Okay, but her opponent is still low on time. Possible for more mistakes to be made. Her opponent has to make an additional 3 moves before he gets extra 30 minutes. Black can go rook to f8 here with a counter pressure on the f4 pawn. Instead, he captures on a3. Alexandra now can capture on a6. She's gonna get this a3 pawn afterwards. It is looking like Alexandra will be up a pawn in this game. Oh no, but he has rook to f8 still. And after knight comes in to both protect and attack, the rook counterattacks the knight and making sure that Alexandra cannot. But he doesn't find it. He doesn't find it. He plays rook to d8 instead.
He wants to.
Alexandra, you have
nasty.
13 minutes. Think about this. You have plenty of time.
There is a nasty knight to f4 hammer. And
Yeah, but we have a knight to c6. But he has a rook to d3.
rook to f8. She's not gonna do it hammer. She's gonna do knight d6 because she wants an extra pawn. She wants a numbers.
The problem in knight to e6 is just the same position as after rook to f8.
Yeah, but she wants numbers. She's not gonna give away a pawn. She did all that to win a pawn.
Sure, but if she's gonna protect here, it would be better for her to protect something like
knight to e2.
Knight to c6. No.
Knight to e2.
Yeah, knight to e2. If she goes back to protect, then black.
And we take.
Now we can go king e4, Dina.
This is good. We can even protect. We still have a pawn. We don't have to trade. King e4. No, hammer. Okay, let me summarize. Alexandra probably missed the tactical idea of attacking the knight, and instead she went for this because she can see that she wins a pawn, and for her, winning a pawn in any case is good. The problem is that by trading the amount of pawns, because instead, remember, we could have gotten both A and A pawns on the board, but now because they are trading, even though we win one, it's kind of helping black because it's approaching their chances for draw. But truth to be told, Alexandra's opponent is still in the time trouble and still not an expert either, so many possibilities to make a mistake regardless. I'm still positive here.
Yeah, well, very much depending on this next move, right, Dina?
Yeah.
If she goes knight to e6, her opponent has no choice but to try and counterattack the knight. And then he might figure out how to make a draw here because he gets another 30 minutes.
I don't think he will. You know why? Because I think Alexandra is much, much better in the endgames than her opponent. I think this is where we will see Botez class, Botez technique of Botez endgame technique.
Well, Botez endgame technique has already dismissed this rook to c5 move.
But that was a tactical motif.
Okay. Are you saying Botez is better in endgames than in tactics?
No, you're right. If only anything they
did find 92 though, Dina. 92 is on the board. That was a great move. That was a very important move. And now, no matter what happens, Alexandra's going to capture the pawn on a3, and she's going to be up a pawn in a long endgame. This is very, very good.
What is the most important here is not the fact how Alexandra is up a pawn, but the fact itself that she's up a pawn, because for her opponent, he'll be thinking, oh shit.
Oh, and Dina, he still needs to make a move. Alexandra made her 40th move, but her opponent still needs to make one.
Up.
And he's kind of panicking. Oh, he placed knight to e7. Knight to e7 was the computer's top choice. Well done, sir.
Man,
so he's abandoning the idea of trying to attack the white pawns, and instead he's trying to create a fortress.
He's done with 3 seconds on the clock, hammer. What a risk.
Okay, but now this game. Oh, and Andrea found c3. Dina, she finds c3. She thought about it. She took her time. She wanted to get it right. And Andrea plays the most winning move, the move that secures the trades. Good news on all fronts right now. And Andrea is about to take down a 1980 rated opponent. And she is making her way above 1900 rating with just one game remaining in the tournament.
That is so cool. I'm so proud. That is amazing. I just realized what a nonsense I said about Alex. Let me rephrase. the fact that the fact that Alexandra is up a pawn is great because her opponent will be thinking that he's losing. You see, that's the thing. It's yes, technically this is the advantage is not as high, but the psychological advantage and black thinking that they're in a losing situation, this is what matters the most.
Objectively, even though Alexandra's up a pawn, the position should become a draw. But for instance, here, Alexandra can go knight to g3, try and trade the knights. And if the trade happens, even though it's a rook endgame, the fact that white has a clear path towards becoming a new queen means that white has a significant advantage despite all the pawns being on one side of the board. So I'm expecting knight to g3 here from Alexandra. And then if her opponent gives a check, she will just make her way forward with the king. And she has so much more active pieces than her opponents. I'm feeling really optimistic, Dina, because the rook can come here and attack like this. The knight can come up to the f6 square. Like this is potentially super, super dangerous for black immediately.
Oh, absolutely. I actually wanted to praise Hammer Alexandra's rook to c7, which we didn't even consider at first because I found it extremely classy. It's that intermediate idea that forces objectively her opponent on practice to put the king back, which is extreme weakness for the endgame. So I actually want to give a huge compliment here to Alexandra. I think it's very masterly played. And in fact, this could really cost the guy a game in the future.
And Andrea has played queen to g4. We analyzed this previously, putting pressure on all of white's pieces. And after rook takes rook, Andrea takes back with her pawn, and her opponent is going to have to resign too many threats in against the white pieces. And Andrea looking at the board, looking concentrated, looking confident. She is about to celebrate a big win, her highest rated opponent she's defeated in this tournament. And the momentum with the last round remaining tomorrow morning. Her opponent plays the queen back. The queen defends the bishop and defends the rook. But now Andrea can take out the bishop, and then the queen cannot recapture because then you lose your rook.
And she does it.
Andrea wins the game. Congratulations. Big, big, big win for her. And in style. She's been struggling in her black games, but this is the revenge of Andrea's King's Indian.
Oh,
her opponent does take the bishop, but then Andrea will take the rook, and then Andrea's getting a new queen. She's threatening the bishop, and it's game over.
And that's one of those wins against the kids.
Her opponent quickly takes out the pawn, but then Andrea can take the bishop as well.
This is a joke, right? He's still playing.
In the meantime, Alexandra is going for the trade between the knights. And both girls are looking good right now.
Up. One last look before the resignation. Give me your hand. Give me your hand, boy. What are you waiting for? Drop that pawn. Drop that pawn. Give me your hand. It's time. Bro.
Andrea gets the win. Congratulations, Andrea. Well done.
Oh my God. I think this is one of the best games, if not the best game I've ever seen by Andrea.
It's certainly up there as far as her King's Indian goes. She implemented the King's Indian ideas very nicely.
I have never seen that. I think she's grown on me.
Nick Simon says this is her highest rated win with the black pieces.
I would believe that straight away.
She has traditionally struggled with black. She's been amazing with her Jabava London, but she hasn't managed to do the same with the black pieces. So really nice to see her here, getting some of those pawn pushes on the king side, using the rooks to invade on the queen side, and then combining both with success. And also striking in the center. That c6 move she played is essentially what made the difference, in my opinion.
Oh my god. I just texted Andrea. I couldn't hold myself. I'm very sorry, but man, what a game. What a game. And this is an important moment to announce you that we officially have not just $1,000 but $2,500 for the giveaway today. 4 potential winners today, thanks to Andrea Botez, who has just won her game and scored the point against a high opponent. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. We are so proud. And ladies and gentlemen, official announcement. Andrea Botez has just crossed 1900 again in FIDE for the first time ever. Live rating. We still need to secure that tomorrow, but even a drop would be more than enough. Boy, what a day in the office. Do participate in the raffle. Before it's too late, if you haven't yet, fill in the Google Doc form, use the command Raffle, sign up with the email address in the Google Doc, the same email address you use for your official Coinbase account. At the very least, claim your first $20 off using the code Botez20 for your first trade. Man, life is beautiful in the kingdom of Botez. Another massive giveaway today from Coinbase. Thank you, Andrea, on that. And Alexandra is having one of the best situations ever in the game. Now that everything's stabilized, we both have time. You know, even if Alexandra didn't need time, it is really great that her opponent got time, because she also got time, and she knows that rushing won't help. He has time. So that will automatically slow Alexandra down, which is great for us, right, Hammer?
Yeah. No, I'm liking the situation. I think she has good chances of activating her pieces. She's gonna get the knight to f6. She might get the rook on the 7th rank. She's gonna try to bring her king up. Black is generally very passive, and I believe that this advantage Alexandra has is a lot greater in practical play than what the computer seems to suggest right now. I think in practical play, Black is in big trouble, yeah, liking Alexandra's chances here. We're just recropping the times to make sure that we have the clocks right. If Alexandra wins this game, Dina, she will be at 1999.
Boy, am I dreaming? What is going on here? What is this Sardinia World Chess Festival? Let me go there. I want to play there as well.
It looks kind of nice.
Seems like it's a good place to be. Everybody's just grabbing ratings, slaughtering opponents here and there, crushing tournaments. I love that place. I want to check it out.
Apparently, Italians is where all the rating went.
Alexandra is having extremely comfortable situation here. Her opponent is gonna go down on clock. Alexandra is thinking now she's gotta capitalize slowly. She's a pawn up. She can torture her opponent in all the ways possible. And you know, Hammer, before Andrea joins us, if Andrea joins us, I feel like I might benefit from a couple of minutes. Wait. What do you think? Can I take it? Wait.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Okay, chat, you and me. What's on our mind? Pizza? Several people actually saying pizza. Wow. This is the problem with the big Twitch chats. You can never be original. Someone's always going to make the same joke as you did. Pizza with cheese. Yeah. My sister sent me a message yesterday after I'd posted my salad, and she was like, "What is with these weirdos praising your salad? Do they know that you don't eat dressing? And that this salad is just like the driest thing on earth?" And yeah. Your sister sounds smart. I don't know. I think she's like Dina, right? She likes getting in little pokes. That's healthier. Yeah, it's healthier. Also, yeah. Well, it's not the reason I don't eat it, but sure, let's go with that. Today I learned Hammer doesn't enjoy food. I mean, I have a higher tolerance for, yeah, certain things. What do you eat? Carrots, Dixon. Carrots. Hammer likes simplicity. Yes. Straightforward ingredients only. No need for the fancy stuff. Parrots? I don't know. Probably tastes like chicken. Carrots and parrots. Or parrots with carrots. Something tells me I'm not going to be invited to LA anymore. Is it annoying having people standing over your shoulder at tournaments while playing? In my opinion, if you notice that someone's standing behind you when you're playing, you're not focused enough. I've had situations where I'm in a time scramble and I'm super focused on the game, and I don't notice that there's a large gathering of people who've congregated close to my board. So I think it's not distracting, but it does depend a little bit on your ability to focus. Italian food should be the best for you minus the cheese? What do you mean? Italian food is literally the worst for me because everything Italian has cheese. Asian food, yes. Now you're on to something epic. That's where we go. You're insulting the first cuisine in the world? No, I'm not insulting it. I'm simply saying I don't like cheese, and Italians use cheese in their food. That's not insulting. Thai food is great. I went to Berkeley and I had Korean barbecue. That was really good, but we don't really have that in Norway. Chinese, a nice gong bao, very nice. And Indian, also nice. Proper Asian food or westernized? I'm assuming westernized because I've never really been to Asia. I spent 2 weeks in Chennai for the Chess Olympiad, and that was like food culture shock. Food is definitely a real thing. So for me in Chennai, the big thing I struggled with for that chess tournament was that all the chicken, it wasn't chicken fillet. It was like chicken with tons of bones and stuff, and you had to kind of work your way through the meat. And that is the kind of luxury I didn't realize that I was very accustomed to. And I was struggling to find the meaty pieces of the food. So a leg? No, I don't think you realize how much. Even a chicken leg has had a lot of work done. You don't know how a chicken is structured until yeah. Bone has more flavor. I mean, and even if it didn't have more flavor, I can tell you that the Indian chicken, the Indian kitchen has plenty of spices that my Nordic tongue was not necessarily ready for in a chess competition environment. So to answer the question, I would say westernized Asian food. I probably prefer because it's closer to what I'm used to in general. Norway does not have Chick-fil-A, but we have something similar. I think we have something that's called, I forget what it's called. King G4 played by Alexandra. Her opponent is now. So he wanted to put the knight on f5 to have the knight on a good square. But then Alexandra very rightly kicked the knight out of there. And now black is going to have to go back to the defensive maneuver that was having the knight put pressure on the pawn. And to deal with this, Alexandra is going to go knight to d4, knight to e4, so that after rook to d4, putting pressure against everything, she can go king to e3. And basically what Alexandra is trying to do is get the rook to a7 and then get the knight to f6. And that will be quite scary for the black king. Now I'm kind of wishing I had a break as well. I'll take a break when Dina's done. I need to refill some energy. Get some chicken salad. Ooh, Dina has the Botez hoodie on her chair, but she was not wearing it. She's just advertising it. If you want a hoodie just like Dina, you can use the command merch to find the link to the shop. Very good hoodie. It has some extra kind of it's not like padding, but extra warmness inside. So it's very good for Norway. Probably not very good for LA, but what do I know? Have you been in West London? Yes, I've played quite a few tournaments in West London. London Chess Classic used to be held at the Hammersmith. So I shouldn't get it. I mean, Joe, I guess what Norwegians don't realize is that the US has you have air conditioning. And that is so when we're warm, we usually take off our clothes. But what Americans do is that you turn on the AC, but then you have to wear more clothes. So the warmer it is outside, the more clothes you're wearing inside, because the harsher the air conditioning is. And so that's just a cultural thing to which I cannot relate properly. Rook f8 has been played. I think this is a huge mistake. Huge mistake by Alexandra's opponent. Because we can block this rook by putting our knight on the f6 square. So this means if the knight now gets to f6, that's game over. Alexandra wins the game. So naturally, I'm very tempted to go knight to e4 now, going for that square. The only move that can really keep black alive is pawn to h5. Because now the king has to move away from the protection of the pawn. We move the king up. The knight comes in, check on the king, attacking the pawn. And computer says we do not capture the black pawn, even though that looks natural. Instead, we should go king to h6 with the intention of going rook takes, then check, king moves, takes, no, check, check, and then takes. And now we're threatening checkmate here, and we're threatening checkmate here. And the rook cannot give a check because we have this square under control from the knight. Very tricky, very tricky. But knight to e4 now. And if she finds this king h6 move, it's over. Then she wins. Let me check how the other games in the group is going. So Alessia won her game. And Dejan Dimitrov has beaten Ganta. So that means 2 players chasing Alexandra has won their games. Dejan Dimitrov is the player who beat Andrea, crushed Andrea. But that means if Alexandra wins her game, she'll only have 2 people a point behind her instead of 5, which is currently the case. And she's going to face either Alessia or Dimitrov in the final round. And I would say it's more likely she plays against Dimitrov, actually. And she's going to get the white pieces.
Don't count the ships before they steer.
Yeah, no. She's going to get the white pieces in the final round. No, she's going to get the black pieces. Sorry. She's going to get black because highest rated switches colors. Maybe she'll get black against Dimitrov, actually. She can avenge her sister's loss in the final round, Dina.
Slow down, Hammer. Slow down. We still need to win this one.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, regardless of the result in this one, she's gonna face Dimitrov. Like, she's still gonna have the lead.
That's a fair point. And we have a proud mother in the chat asking how her baby did. And the baby smashed her opponent like Hikaru's subscribers smash his subscriber button. Hammer, I heard you were dreaming about your chicken sandwich salad. Sorry, I think it's time.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. But FYI, Dina, knight to e4 now. I think she's winning. Because the rook has made a mistake attacking the white pawn from this side, because here the white knight can interrupt the rook by getting to the f6 square. And we analyzed pawn to h5, where black manages to get rid of one of these white pawns. But in this position, king to h6 is a winning move. So that's what we have analyzed.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this would be epic. This would be huge. And chat is just you and me while Hammer is taking on his chicken salad. I cannot believe he's eating same salad, same day. He posted a picture of that chicken salad on his Instagram. Have you seen that one? Have you commented? All right, so Alexandra here in a huge thought, which is great because she has to play knight e4 and she's thinking of, well, this is okay. Let's see what she's thinking of. What are her alternatives? And we have the one and only Dario Di Dario on the screens, watching after Alexandra leading the tournament. All right, Alex, what are you thinking of? Just for the record, what are your alternatives? Why not this? You're calculating this, this. Oh, this is what she's calculating. And she does it! She does it! She plays knight to e4. Congratulations, Alexandra. That's the winning move! You found it. Let's go! Now, this would be the most correct attempt, but here basically anything works. Oh man, you know why? If the win here would be simply thanks to that genius rook to c7 that Hammer wasn't a fan of. But I said, watch out for that one. Putting the king back to the 8th is a smart decision. What do you say, chat? Posh voice. What's a posh voice? How is my microphone? Because sometimes I'm screaming and I don't know if it breaks your ears or not. Okay. Good. Great. How is the pizza in Charlotte? It has cheese. Yeah, I took a pizza yesterday and I thought of Hammer. Life position. Bro, relax. This is the life position. The guy's gonna go. It's just king g7. I mean, if we get the knight to f6. Oh man. Oh man. This would be massive. Massive. I mean, obviously it's not clear yet how to win. But step by step, hey. Step by step. Honestly, we're here for a long ride. Chat. Get your coffee, get your popcorn. We're here for the long run. What are you saying? This is not an actual board. This is an actual board. How do you care what's the natural board? It doesn't change the reality. The reality is Alexandra's putting the pressure, but nothing concrete yet. But huge pressure, huge pressure. Here, stop complaining, stop whining. H6 is the correct move. You think so? No, you're good. Here's the board. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna touch it. Everybody's happy. Still not touching. And this is the live board. Alexandra has her knight on e4. And her opponent has a knight on d4. Should I? I like this. Let's see. 3, 2, 1, go! I don't see. Are we? Oh, Hammer's back. Never mind. I was expecting you to yell at me, flip the board. Why didn't you yell at me, flip the board?
What do you mean?
Oh, no. Sorry. I wasn't talking to you. How was the salad?
Oh, he did go h5. Dina, he went h5. Double question mark, according to chess.com. But that is completely dependent on Alexandra finding king h6, which is an almost impossible move to find. Alexandra now has a winning position, but she needs to find king to h6.
And she does king g5 right away. Oh my god, she calculated all that. Zero hesitation.
Now take your time. Take your time. Please take your time. No, she's about to move. I can see on the screen she's about to make her move already. Take your time. Get your thinking pose. You have 25 minutes. Do not know.
Oh god. Hammer, we're still winning.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
We're still fine.
How easy was this to understand? Knight takes. Rook a7.
King g5, correct move. Hammer, she makes the first line. Give your students some credit.
King g5 is the correct move?
I mean, both are good, but this is
Now
better.
he can just give checks to win the... he cannot win the pawn. Check, and then if king moves, then check, attacking both the king and the rook. Okay, that's kind of important. It's important that Alexandra keep as many pawns as possible on the board. So it's very important that he doesn't have a clear path to getting rid of this e5 pawn for Alexandra. Still not as good as it could have been, but it's still very, very good. The only thing we gotta watch out for, Dina, is if this black king manages to activate itself to attack the pawn in the center. That is my major concern right now. But right now, king f7 is not going to be a move because then the king is blocking the path between the rook and the knight, allowing Alexandra to capture the knight. Okay, he does return with the knight to give a check on the king. Alexandra can then capture the pawn.
Oh boy, he's not happy. Look at his face. He ain't happy.
Very important to realize, Alexandra, do not be afraid of rook to f5 check. You're fine to allow this double attack. She does take the pawn. She does take the pawn, and now if rook comes to give the check, the game is over. If the rook gives a check, that is a win for Alexandra. Done deal. He's going for a move. He's going for a move. He gives the check. Alexandra, 7.5 out of 8. 7.5 out of 8. Let's go. Guaranteed shared first place.
15 minutes on the clock, but yet he's moving instantly. Alexandra once again managed to do the impossible. She got into her opponent's head. She used the telepathic skill she has.
Computer now giving checkmate in 21 moves. She pushes her king to oppose the opponent's king. She's threatening knight to f6 check on the next move. And her opponent realizes, surely he must realize now that he has made a mistake. No, he doesn't realize. He's going for the pawn, I think. He thinks that takes check, counter check, and he's fine. But what he's about to discover is that after knight to f6 check, there's no safe square for the king. King cannot hide in the corner. That's checkmate. And if the king goes to the left, that's a double attack, a fork. And if you can't do either one of those, you may have to retreat. But then the knight comes in, check on the king, and then rook checkmate.
Oh god, he realized it. Look at that! He's smiling. He's looking at the camera. He knows it's over. Oh boy, even Dario returned with his back. He cannot see that. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. Even Dario gave up. And Alexandra is officially bored.
No, she is not bored. Let me assure you. Her heart is beating so fast right now. So fast. Beating out of her mind. She's looking up at her opponent. She's realizing, kind of at the same time as he's realizing, I think, that this is over. Yeah, she's looking up at him, trying to get some clues. And she can see a distraught opponent here.
Oh boy. Man, who knows? Maybe after this game, Alexandra will finally believe in endgames. And I told you, Hammer, I told you that. Going to the endgame was a correct decision because she has more class in those, and she did. Your opponent completely collapsed in the endgame.
Yeah, but it was helped by her having the extra pawn. It's all connected, of course.
Yeah, but how did she get the extra pawn? Because opponent completely misplayed.
Yeah. He was very low on time though. So it's kind of like I'm going to be critiquing her for her time usage, but then at the same time, him being low on time contributed to the win, which is not really encouraging Alexandra to get into better habits.
I think, Hammer, this is going to be one of those moments. Then, yeah, I'm going to disagree because I think Alexandra every day puts a huge psychological advantage on her opponents by playing fast. Yes, it causes her inaccuracies, but the circumstances, the outcome is worth it.
Yeah, but will you agree with this, Dina, that I'm not sure it would pay off the same way against 2200 opponents. It also matters who she's playing against, right? This playing quickly strategy is better against weaker opponents than against stronger opponents.
Yeah,
and if she wants to get to 2200, I'm not saying that's a goal for her, but if she wants like a regular spot for the Canadian Olympiad team and not be nervous about whether other people will say no or not, then she needs to raise her rating, and that means also having even higher demands.
Speaking of Hammer, both Botezlive are gaining huge amount of rating, but would that mean that Andrea crossing 1900 could be qualified for the board 5 as well?
The Canadians have quite a lot of strong female players, but a lot of them are career women, which means that they can't really spend 2 weeks in Budapest, just like that. Which means that Andrea definitely has a shot, but she needs other people to say no for her to get her debut in the world team championship, which is the chess Olympiad,
also known as the chess Olympiad. Man, Andrea Botez, the Olympian of chess. Who would have guessed? Dario, looking at Alexandra, smirking, does not believe that this woman is leading them all, is leading the tribe, and goes away. Very disappointed. Was he rooting against? You know what that means. If Alexandra wins, this is gonna be a 5-minute countdown for the end of the Raffle. And you know that today we have $2,500 to give away. Thanks to Andrea Botez, who already guaranteed 3 extra prizes. We think that her. Dario. Bro, come on, they don't need extra score sheets. The game is over. Come on, take your score sheets back. Don't you see, you're an arbiter. Don't you see what's the situation on the board? You're a chess arbiter. You're supposed to qualify chess player, right? You see the position on the board. Those two don't need extra score sheets. Come on, take them back. Take them back. This is over. Save the score sheets. Save the planet. Sorry, guys, I couldn't. This was a low-hanging fruit. Alexandra is drinking. This is an indicator this is over. a hammer is like, come on.
I think she sees the checkmate on e8, which is my only kind of concern. So if rook to f1, then Alexandra can go check on the king, and then check on the king again, and then check here. Well, to be fair, there's also no. So just as long as you see that this is checkmate with the king and knight contributing around, then there's just nothing to be concerned about. And Alexandra with 7.5 points out of 8, it's just an incredible score, Dina. And it means that she's guaranteed to be on the same amount of points as the winner. And it also means that if she makes a draw tomorrow, she will have won the tournament no matter what in the other games.
Boy!
And if she gets to play against Dejan Dimitrov, there might be a scenario in which a draw would also put Alexandra over 2,000. Because Dimitrov is 30 points higher rated, and if she gains 0.5 from that, it would put her above 2,000. But yeah, we're gonna talk to her and say winning the tournament is more important than getting to 2,000. She's not gonna listen, but we're gonna make sure to mention it.
16,000 people on Twitch are watching Alexandra Botez crushing the tournament and leading with 7.5 out of 8. What a phenomenal result. And in the meantime, over 8,000 people are watching us on YouTube. We're also streaming to X and Instagram on Botezlive. And this is an important moment for us to announce that we are going back to weekly community events, arenas, tournaments, and more. So do not hesitate to check out and join our chess.com Botezlive fan club. You guys do want to be a part of this one because there's going to be lots of action happening soon. YouTube, we see you, we hear you. Don't you worry, guys. You are with us with this beautiful ride of the Botez sisters.
How do you explain, Dina, that Alexandra goes from losing every game in the previous tournament to winning every game now?
I guess it's as you were saying, the opponents. The opponents were high rated. And here they're just, but I also think that she's probably in that previous tournament. I mean, I remember Alexandra was on the call with us, and she said there are two types of Alexandra: the tilted Alexandra, who throws all, puts all her business back, and the unstoppable Alexandra. I think she just got in the zone. I think that's it. She's in the zone, and even when she plays fast, even when she does imperfections, her opponents always let it slide. Always let her slide with it, and she manages to find her way. And I think she has, frankly speaking, I think she's a telepath. Because for all those stupid mistakes that she has done so far in this tournament, stupid moves, her opponents would do just the same. How many times would we see Alexandra putting the rook in front of the opponent, that opponent doing the same? Here. Was it necessary to push h5? No, but he did it. And look, now she's staring at him, and she just smells. She smells the heat. She smells the little medium well cilantro filet mignon.
You want me to save you, Dina?
Sure.
Let's just ignore everything Dina just said, chat, and instead focus on Alexandra. 7.5 points out of 8 if I look at the standings and look at the tiebreak scores of her closest opponents, Dejan, someone said that I was pronouncing it wrong. Dejan Dimitrov. He has a terrible tiebreak score. He will not have a chance to be first place, even if he beats Alexandra in the final round. So the only problem is the 14-year-old, Alessia Natoli. She is the biggest competitor. And actually, Dina, the fact that Andrea beat a 1900 rated player today, that is incredible news for Alexandra, because the tiebreak score is calculated based on how your opponents do in the tournament. And since Alexandra has played against Andrea, it is very good for Alexandra's chances of winning this tournament on tiebreaks that Andrea manages to win her games as well. Andrea can participate in helping Alexandra win the tournament, even if Alexandra loses tomorrow. This is the only thing. Like, now we're doing calculations whether Alexandra has won the tournament now, no matter what. But if Alexandra makes a draw tomorrow, it's a done deal. But she may finish first, even if she loses tomorrow, and Andrea can be a part of that.
Bro, I think we're witnessing a historical moment. Historical moment in the history of Botezlive. We came back to the competition hammer. We came back to the OTB after 5 years. He does knight d4.
And now knight to f6, or actually rook a8 is immediate checkmate.
It's a mate in 3. Rook a8, rook f8, knight f6, king h8, rook f8, checkmate. And she's doing it.
It's Jover. It's over.
Dario not impressed. Smile on Dario's face.
He resigns. Alexandra Botez is the winner. She is guaranteed shared first place in the tournament. The same amount of scores as the winners, but if she makes a draw tomorrow, she will have won the tournament outright. If she wins tomorrow, she will be rated above 2,000 yet again. And what a success. What a game. What a player.
What a domination. Once again, Alexandra manages to get into her opponent's head, pushes them, puts extreme pressure on each and one of them on time, and makes them crack. And we are starting the 5-minute countdown for the Raffle giveaway. Ooh, $2,500 today, thanks to both sisters who just slaughtered their opponents. Man.
7.5 points out of 8. I don't think I can emphasize enough how impressive that is. That is just a monstrous score. No matter what level you're at, it so rarely happens.
And
but, yeah, no smile. Standard chess player.
Exactly. I was just gonna say, for the first time ever, I'm seeing Alexandra Botez being a real chess player with not giving any sympathy smile to her opponents because they deserved to be beaten. And that poker face is the signification of domination. What happened?
Is your French really worse than your English?
I think I just learned about myself that I'm just probably dyslexic, especially when I get overly excited. I think that's the thing.
Okay.
One of the signs of ADHD is that you're dyslexic. Anyway, this is not about me, Hammer. This is about Alexandra and Andrea Botez. And we got 10 gifted from Tony Arkham. Thank you so much, Tony. Ooh. 3 minutes remaining.
What are you going to say to Andrea?
I'm gonna say that she played like a grandmaster.
That's fair enough.
I'm gonna tell her that this is the her highest ever win with black pieces.
Someone in chat said that, Dina. Like,
Well,
I
that's
didn't
what I'm gonna
fact check
say.
it.
I think chatter. This is exactly what I'm gonna say. You think all these people here there to watch? No, they're to help the hosts.
Yeah. No, but I do think it's accurate. It was Nick Simon who said it, and he's very reliable. There are some reliable chatters. I know it sounds incredible, but there are some of you I trust more than others.
And 2 minutes left for the giveaway. What a beautiful day in the office. Oh my lands.
Alexandra has guaranteed herself a share of first place. I'm checking the official website on the current standings. And on the standings from today, which doesn't include today's results, Alexandra is half a point behind Alessia on tiebreaks. But the thing is, Alessia has 1 point less. So for Alexandra to get, Alexandra will get 1 extra tiebreak point if she loses tomorrow, because then her final round opponent will get 1 point, whereas Alessia needs to win, so her opponent will get 0. So already now, Alexandra is ahead on tiebreaks. And the fact that Alexandra played Andrea, who won her game, that's very good. But it might also depend on some of the other players further down. But we could have a situation where Andrea winning the final round could impact Alexandra's placement in the tournament. But all of this is like an emergency solution. Because if Alexandra draws or wins tomorrow, which seems fairly likely given how she's played so far, then she is the champion of this Sardinia Chess Festival.
Champion! That's our champion! 30 seconds left for the end of today's giveaway. Hurry up! Before it's too late, we're gonna know the winners very soon. Man, what a day in the office. Not one, but double win. And I have just been informed that
What have
Actually,
you just been?
I'm gonna wait for the winners. 10 seconds. And the winners of round 8 giveaway are Petro Dragonic, Vision 09, and Gar Torres 3790, and Hove. Congratulations. These are our winners. We are so proud. And we're gonna be joined by the girls. Don't go anywhere. Today is the day. And the girls coming in 3, 2, 1.
I mean, you've tried that a couple of times now, Dina. I gotta say, I'm impressed with that you still have faith in it, but at some point you gotta give it up.
Okay.
You're not
So,
gonna hit it.
no, I just wanted to troll chat. All right. What a day. What a day. Don't go anywhere. Chatters, we have amazing, amazing champions join us. Oh, there is a good question. Dina and or Hammer, do you think Alexandra has improved, changed in a way compared to when she was 2000 elo already, like 10 years ago, or she's simply back at the same level? Hammer, that's one for you.
I don't know. I didn't really I didn't really know her at her peak. But I think, well, I know this result, regardless of how it goes tomorrow, this is the greatest result she's had in chess. I will stand term. Um, I'm very confident about that. And she may not have the same rating as she once did, but she's showing proof that at her best, she's very, very, very good. And then it becomes a matter of keeping that consistency and keeping the good performances coming tournament after tournament. And maybe in particular, her next challenge is going to be being able to perform like this, even when she's playing higher rated opponents. Because, like you said, based on what Alexandra said previously, she benefits from being in the zone. And when you're playing a open tournament where if you win 2 games in a row, you play at 2300, it's more difficult to get in the zone because you at some point just face too strong of an opponent. And that kind of breaks your flow in the tournament. And so the next challenge becomes to consistently perform well and not get tilted by losses in stronger tournaments.
Nice. Nicely said. Speaking of tournaments, after this result, they have to go to Norway.
You think so?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I will. I think, yeah, I can bet that Alexandra is inspired now, and as she should be. She's gonna join us in a minute. Don't go anywhere. Today is a special day, Hammer.
That is the kind of sentence. When you say today is a special day, then you have to continue. Because I cannot guess what you have in your mind that makes this a special day. You cannot leave me hanging there.
Oh, okay. I just received a message from one of the close people. I got the best birthday gift from the girls today. I'm so happy. Papa Botez. I'll say it again. Okay, that didn't work out.
You
All
thought
right.
that I was going to crack? I can hold an awkward silence longer than you, Dina.
Okay. You listen to me, right? He does. Botezlive, join now before it's too late. All right. Oh, I can't. Okay, this. Okay.
Guys, are we purposely being awkward now?
It's just Dina keeps saying sentences that have no natural finish, and then she's refusing to say new sentences after that, and she's expecting me to kind of go along with her start.
One sec, Andrea's at the door. No, I see it, and it's funny to watch you suffer. Hello.
I'm not suffering, she's suffering. I'm completely fine.
Okay, my bad.
It's
Great.
this guy. I was walking out after my win, and this kid goes, "Botez immortal," and I go, "Yeah, Botez immortal." That's the energy we're giving. Hello, everybody.
That's great.
Hello, Botez immortal. Just a bunch of bros here, just doing bro things, beating up the big boys. Well, he was 11, and he had a juice box. But
Oh my god, I laughed so hard when he took his juice box out and started drinking the apple juice.
I know many adults who drink apple juice, okay? We do not judge a choice of beverage. Skill is skill. 1969 is 1969 in my book. Doesn't matter if you drink a juice box.
No, that's very accurate.
But yes, he was drinking a little juice box, and he had the saddest little look when I was winning, but I can't say I felt any mercy.
Aww. Yeah, no, he gave you his hand so sadly.
I know.
Like,
but
he was not ready to resign.
it's better to lose to me than the other big dogs, you know?
Is
He's got to learn some way around.
Is that true?
Yes. And you crushed. We crushed. It's a good day.
It is a good
It's a
day.
good day.
Congratulations, both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's the best gift you could give to your father, who is having
I
a
know.
birthday today.
Sing for him.
Did you wish him happy birthday? I did last night.
I did last night,
At
too.
11:55 p.m. I was the first one to do it.
Oh, were you when you?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
but
think
you
he got his cheese.
You wished him before it was even his birthday, so it
Yeah,
doesn't
because
count.
I told him I
waited.
wanted to be the first one to
I
do it.
waited.
So I did it early because I wanted him to know that I would remember.
But then it's technically early birthday, not.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's-
the first who wished it on his birthday.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
It doesn't work like that.
That's how it works.
But okay, we'll call him later. I hope he got his cheese platter. We sent him a bunch of stinky cheese that was very expensive that I know our mom will probably argue about because she always hates when there's too much stinky cheese in the fridge, and we're hoping that his birthday present doesn't start an argument, but I think he'll enjoy the stinky cheese.
What's with everyone having birthday early May? Was it Anna Kamlin's birthday yesterday?
Yes.
Yes,
It was also my sister's birthday yesterday. I'm going to her birthday party on Sunday.
Aw, well, happy birthday to her.
Are you going to any birthday parties? Are you going to have a party after the end of this tournament?
Going to America. That's better than anything.
Andrea wants to throw a Botez Sisters Are Back party in
I'm
LA,
going
and I was
to.
like, it's a little obnoxious, but if you
It's
want
not.
to, we can.
It's not more obnoxious than when we threw a fake going away party and then we didn't even move to New York.
We did
So-
throw a going away
It's not
party
really
and then
open
stayed
to
in
air
LA,
in
so
here,
that
by
was
the way.
maybe worse.
It's really hot in here.
Yeah, that was more embarrassing for sure. But that's
Hosting
we
the
were
Botez
initially going to move.
America party. Everyone needs to know that Botez is back, and then we're gonna leave back to Norway in 2 weeks. But everyone must know we're returning.
Are you going to Norway?
Potentially?
We might be there,
We don't
Hammer.
know yet.
But what's the point if you can't commentate?
True.
Well, winning chess games.
No, that's true.
Is Hammer playing in the tournament?
I
I'm
think
doing
he's-
commentary.
For Magnus.
Who? Omega Lel. Who? We're Botez immortal. I don't know.
Yeah,
how Magnus-
Botez Immortal. What are you talking about? When's the last time Magnus went?
Oh yeah.
7.5
You think
out of
Magnus
9.
beats an 11-year-old drinking a juice box? I don't think so.
Wait, what are you saying, Alexandra? Out of 9?
7.5 out of 8. Sorry. We need to be 8.5 out of 9. Although I still need to I'm not first automatically, right?
No.
Sag. One more
Alessia
game.
might catch you. Dayan is way behind on tie breaks, but Alessia is close. it really helps you that Andrea won her game because Andrea is your tiebreak.
Oh,
Wow.
true.
It could help you if Andrea wins tomorrow too.
I'm like Jesus Christ resurrected, but just a 1900
But
underrated.
this is plan C.
Yes.
Plan A is winning and getting 2,000. And plan B is drawing and winning the tournament.
Yes.
You're gonna gain so much elo.
Well, assuming I keep it up tomorrow.
I mean, come on, you can draw. You could literally but you'll go for the win. Wow.
Well, if I play but I'm gonna play Alessia tomorrow, right?
No, you're probably getting Dimitrov.
Okay. Who is Andrea played him, right?
Yeah, he absolutely
Oh.
destroyed Andrea. He played very, very well.
The guy from Bulgaria, yeah, he was quite good.
He
was
played
very-
very well.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was a strong lad.
Okay, well,
He was quite scary.
that's intimidating. But I guess I'll do my best against him tomorrow.
He played E4, right, Andrea? No. Yeah.
Yes. I don't think he had any games online also.
No, but
so-
I mean, people who play E4 against Alexandra is like, what are you doing? Game over. French.
Yeah, time to avenge me. No, but he was very, very strong. He was quite scary. He was taking it very seriously. But he did give me a magnet at the beginning.
That's nice of him.
Yeah.
It probably cost him his whole penny box allowance.
Good one, sister.
Yeah,
you
took
get
me
him.
a while.
Wait, he played D4? Oh, never mind. He played D4. I forgot. Oops.
Andrea.
Oh, yeah. It was the one where I transposed into an E4 position and then lost specifically because it was not an E4 position. Actually, never mind. He plays D4. I forgot. I erased that game out of my memory.
Well. Okay. It's okay. We're gonna keep it up.
Okay. Let's go on a walk. I want to go to the ocean today. We didn't go yesterday. Can we go, sister?
Sure.
Yes. No one will go with me. Finally.
I went
Are you
early.
not going to have some food?
After the walk.
Yeah, we'll walk and then we'll have some food.
Yay. Finally. Sea time.
Okay.
Anything you want to say to chat? I don't know.
I think when I played Queen D4, my life would have been a lot easier with Queen D6. That was my bad.
Yeah.
What is this clip about the King's Indian saying it's just a loss, forced, basically? Was that my game?
No, don't watch that.
Knight takes E6 was just a big mistake.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you can go Queen D6 there, and then you're forcing the Queen trade.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Excuse me, Mr. Hammer. I asked you a question. Whose game was that about?
A clip?
No, Andrea,
I
that
don't know.
was me, but you first time ever you actually played today correct King's Indian and you destroyed your opponent, so that clip should be erased.
Okay, I'll take it.
The internet never forgets, Dina.
I'll
You may
take
think
it.
we're not listening, but we watch the tapes.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you watch the tapes, you get better. Like, look at Andrea. She literally first time ever won a game in King's Indian, and this is her highest win against like rated opponent. Her highest win with black.
True, but it's not because I watched any tapes that I also thought I forgot all my theories. So I honestly don't know how I won that, but that's a question to be answered later.
Okay. Good luck tomorrow. Morning
Okay.
round.
Bye,
Thanks, Dina. Thanks, chat.
bye guys.
Bye.
Morning round.
Congratulations.
So get some sleep.
You
Yeah,
tomorrow.
right.
Bye
Tomorrow.
That was anticlimactic.
All right, and speaking of tomorrow, it is not tomorrow, it is tonight for some of us. Midnight Pacific, round 9, 3 a.m. Eastern, and 9 a.m. Central European. Make sure you have your clocks on the alarm right.
13 hours and 14 minutes from now. It's going to be a big one.
Damn, you calculated that so fast?
Well, I mean, I know how many hours there are from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m.
Okay. Yes. big day for the family. Girls are so happy. Well, we are heading off to AKA Nemsco with another raid party. Listen, everybody, I cannot believe what happened today. Who would have thought that is such a anticlimax? Round 8, you'd expect drama, tears, nerves, but no, 2-0 for today. Absolutely no suspense for the first place. Truth to
I
be
don't know.
told,
There's still going to be some suspense. Let's try and finish the tournament on a good note. If both girls can avoid a loss tomorrow, that would count as a massive success, I think.
yeah, no, I'm exaggerating, of course. We need to finish the job, but half a point guarantees Alexandra clear first, and she's already tying for the first, which is simply phenomenal. And Andrea plays her best chess ever, Grandmaster level game, absolutely destroying her opponent in the King's Indian. What a day, what a day. Beautiful birthday gift for the proud father. We are heading off, but we'll see you very shortly. Thank you, Hammer. Thank you, chat. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, Coinbase. Don't forget to check out Botezlive Club on chess.com. Bye. Bye.
Bye.